that I'm losing my best friend. I can't believe this could be the end. It looks as though you're letting go, and if it's real, well, I don't want to know. Don't think I know just what you think, so please stop explaining. Don't tell me 'cause it hurts. Don't think The child inside. The child inside. Finally, a radio station you can call your own. Yahoo! Kidstar, radio just for kids.
It's a good Yahoo, son.
Give me one reason to stay here, and I'll turn right back around. Give me one reason to stay here, and I'll turn right back around. Said I don't want to leave you lonely. You gotta make me change my mind. Too many times. You can call me, baby. You can call me anytime. You got to call me. Give me one reason to steer, and I'll turn right back around. Give me one reason to steer, and I'll turn right back. Make me change my mind. I don't want no one to squeeze me. They might take away my life. I don't want no one to squeeze me. They might take away my life. I just want someone to hold me. Oh, and rock me through the night. Chasing you around, wasting my precious energy. Give me one reason to stay here, yes, not turn right back around. Give me one reason to stay here, oh, not turn right back around. Said I don't want to leave you lonely. To make me change my mind. Baby, just give me one reason. Oh, give me just one reason why. Baby, just give me one reason. Oh, give me just one reason why I should stay. Said I told you that I loved you, and there ain't no more to say. You, even though I don't know who you are, you let me change lanes while I was driving in my car. All I want to do is to thank you, even though I don't know who you are. You let me change lanes while I was driving in my car. Whoever you are, I want to thank you. Whoever you are, I want to thank you. Whoever you are, I want to thank you. All I wanna do is to exit, so I go to where I can get off. On a curve through the shoulder, there's no parking in that trough. So I drive around all day, calming atmospheric haze, till I wanna get on a All I have to say is all I wanna do is to thank you. Even though I don't know who you are, you let me change lanes while I was driving in my car. All I wanna do is to thank you. Even though I don't know who you are, you let me change lanes driving in my car. Whoever you are, I wanna thank you. Whoever you are, I wanna thank you. Whoever you are, I wanna thank you. Whoever you are. All I wanna do is to tune in Radio Hallelujah, 'cause we're broadcasting live and we wanna hear all of ya. On the mic is gay guitar, but a whole lot more of all of ya. Let us hear ya in a big echoing holla. All I wanna do is to thank you. Even though I don't know who you are, you let me change names while I was driving in my car. Whoever you are, I wanna thank you. Whoever you are, I wanna thank you. Whoever you are, I wanna thank you. Whoever you are, whoever you are, I wanna thank you. Whoever you are, no to thank you.
Kidstar, radio just for kids.
Into the future. Time is on slipping, slipping, slipping into the future. I wanna fly like an eagle to the sea. Fly like an eagle, let the spirit carry me. I wanna fly. Can't get enough to eat. Wanna shoot
Some dreams live on in time forever. Those dreams you want with all your heart. And I'll do whatever it takes. Follow through with the promise I made. Put it all on the line. What I hope for at last would be mine. If I could reach higher, just for one moment, touch the sky. From that one moment in my life, I'm gonna be stronger. Know that I've tried my very best and put my spirit to the test. If I could reach, some days are meant to be remembered. Those days we rise above the stars. So I'll go the distance this time, staying more the higher I climb. That the more I believe, all the more that this dream will be mine. If I could reach higher, just for one moment touch the sky. From that one moment in my life, I'm gonna be stronger. Know that I've tried my very best. Put my spirit to the test. If I could reach higher, just for one moment touch the sky. That one moment in my life, I'm gonna be stronger. I'm gonna be so much stronger, yes I am. I put my spirit to the test. If I could reach and reach and reach and reach and reach so much higher.
Yo, check it. Plug it in, turn it on. It's Kidstar, KDFC, Palo Alto, San Francisco, East Bay, South Bay. Radio just for kids.
Hidden deep in the blue forest of Norway, in a tiny hut, there lived a peasant farmer and his family. His children were pretty to the last, but none prettier than his youngest daughter. Her long golden hair and radiant smile brought light to the darkest of days, for she didn't care that they were poor, only that they were happy. One evening, late in the fall of that year, the sky grew cloudy and dark. A fierce storm lashed the small hut, making the walls creak and groan. The peasant family sat huddled by the fire when there came 3 heavy raps on the door. "Who would be out on such a beastly night?" exclaimed the father as he opened the door. He then found himself staring up at a great white bear. "Good evening," said the giant bear. "Good evening to you," replied the peasant. "I bring you a proposal. If you give me your youngest daughter, I will make you as rich as you are now poor, and she will live with me as a princess." Now the man truly liked the idea of being rich, so he brought the proposal to his daughter. "We will be rich, and you will live as a princess. All you have to do is live with this handsome white bear." The girl thought of her family and of the great fortune they would have if she would go to live with a bear. But she was greatly saddened that her father would choose riches over the company of his youngest daughter. Still, she would live with the white bear for her family's sake. And so the beautiful young girl packed her ragged clothes into a bundle and sadly said goodbye to her family. Once she was outside, the bear turned to her. "Are you afraid?" he asked. The girl trembled with fear, but shook her head no. "Then hold on tightly to my coat." The girl climbed up onto the back of the huge beast, and off they went. They traveled a long, long way through the dark forest until they came to the base of a steep mountain. The white bear scraped at the ground before a large boulder. At once it rolled aside to reveal a vast golden cavern. Inside the magnificent cave, they came to a gigantic table laden with food and drink. It was more food than the girl had seen in her lifetime. The white bear then gave her a tiny silver bell. He instructed her that when she wanted anything, she was to ring it, and she would have what she wanted at once. The bear then left her to her lonely feast. When she had eaten her fill, she grew sleepy. No sooner did she touch the bell than she found herself in a magnificent golden bed with silk pillows and curtains of the richest tapestry. It was truly fit for a princess. So the girl lay down and was soon fast asleep. Later that night, when all was quiet and still, the girl was awakened by someone who had laid down beside her. She became rigid with fear, for she didn't know if this person meant her harm, and it was so dark she couldn't see who it was. But the mysterious person didn't even touch her. He slept peacefully without making a sound. And when the light of dawn crept in through the window, he was gone. When the bear awoke her, she asked him who the mysterious visitor was. But the bear gruffly told her she had only been dreaming. As the days passed, the girl spent much time with the white bear. He was kind and thoughtful, and in time their friendship grew. But every night, the mysterious visitor came in the dark and slept beside her, only to be gone by morning. Now the girl had everything a princess could possibly want, but after many weeks, she grew silent and sad. When the bear asked what was troubling her, she answered, "I haven't seen my family in such a long time. I'm terribly homesick." The white bear didn't like to see the girl so unhappy. "I will bring you to visit your family for one day," he said. "But you must promise me one thing. You must never talk of your life here with me. Even if your own mother asks you, you must say nothing." The girl eagerly assented to do as he asked. The white bear then announced that they would set off immediately. The girl was overjoyed. She quickly leapt up onto the bear's back, and off they trundled on the long journey back through the woods to the home of her family. The bear brought the girl to a clearing in the woods, where her family's cottage once had been. But in its place, there now stood a magnificent white house. The sight of it made the girl's spirits soar, for the bear had kept his promise, and her family was now as rich as they were once poor. "Mind what I have told you, or you will make us both unhappy." With that, the white bear turned and disappeared back into the forest. The girl's family had everything they ever wanted now, and were very happy. The young girl wished they had missed her more, but she was pleased to see them so content. Later, after they had finished a sumptuous feast, the girl's mother took her aside and asked her about her life with the bear. The girl remembered her solemn promise to the bear and refused. But her mother grew angry and insisted. And finally, the girl relented. She told her mother how every night, as soon as she put out the light, a stranger came and lay down beside her, and how she never saw him, because he was always up and away before morning. "The white bear is very nice," she said, "but there are no other people in the castle. All day long I walk about alone. Maybe this stranger would keep me company. I wish I could see him." On hearing this, her mother became quite anxious. "Oh dear, it may well be the master of all these riches who lies down beside you. I'll give you a bit of candle which you should hide. When he comes at night, burn the candle and you will have light to see him. Perhaps then he will make you his queen, and we can live in his castle." The lonely girl took the candle and hid it in her sleeve, ready to carry out her mother's plan. When the night drew near, the white bear returned and fetched her away. As they traveled, the bear turned to her and spoke. "If you have listened to your mother's advice, you have made us both unhappy." The girl didn't answer, for she was not one to tell something that wasn't the truth. That night, when she had gone to bed, again the mysterious stranger came and lay down beside her. When she heard that he slept, she got up and lit the candle. When the light shone across the stranger, the girl saw the most handsome prince that anyone could imagine. He He was so handsome and sleeping so peacefully that the young girl couldn't resist but to lean down and kiss him. And so she did. But as she kissed him, 3 drops of hot tallow fell from the candle and dripped on his white silken shirt. The prince awoke with a start. "What have you done?" he said. "I warned you not to listen to your mother." The young girl didn't understand, for it was the white bear who gave her the warning, not this handsome prince. "You see me now as I once was," said the prince sadly. "The queen of trolls has bewitched me, so I am a white bear by day and a man by night." "You?" the girl said. "You are my friend the bear?" "Yes," he replied. "If I could find someone to love me as a bear and live with me for 1 year, the spell would be broken. But now, alas, I must return to our castle and be cursed forever." The young girl felt ashamed for having broken her promise. "Tell me the way, and I'll come to your rescue." "Oh, the queen's castle is in a far-off place that lies east of the sun and west of the moon, and you surely will never find your way there." Then the candle blew out, and the prince was gone. The darkness grew cold and surrounded the girl, and she fell into a deep and troubled sleep. And when she awoke, she found herself lying in the midst of the dense forest. By her side lay the bundle of rags she had brought with her from home. She wept to think of what she had done. But then, wiping the tears from her eyes, she resolved to find her prince in the castle that lay east of the sun and west of the moon. The girl struggled for many days to make her way through the dank forest. Finally, just as she was about to collapse, a gentle breeze floated through the trees and caressed her cheek. It was the east wind. "Where are you going?" he asked her with a gentle breath. "I'm searching for the castle that lies east of the sun and west of the moon. Can you help me to get there?" "I would like to," said the east wind, "but I am nothing more than a breeze. But perhaps my brother, the west wind, can carry you there. I will take you to him." And with that, the east wind wrapped himself around the girl and carried her up above the treetops. After a while, there were no more trees, and the east wind left the girl on a barren rock landscape, where the wind seemed to be blowing every which way. It came from her left, then from her right, then blew straight in her face and made her blink. A giddy laugh echoed off the mountains, and she knew that she had reached the home of the mischievous west wind. "I'm searching for the castle that lies east of the sun and west of the moon," she told the west wind. "Can you help me to get there?" The west wind laughed again. "I might, and I might not," he said. "It could be this way or that way, or perhaps another way entirely. There's no telling for sure. It all depends on which way the wind blows." And with that, the west wind swirled about the girl and turned her around and around and around. And then he knocked her to the ground and blew away. there on the hard ground and wept again, for she had traveled many days and nights, and still she was no closer to finding the castle. But then she thought of the prince in the clutches of the Troll Queen, and slowly she picked herself up and started on her journey again. After she had walked for 2 days, the girl saw that the land was turning green and the sky was brightening. The breeze that blew was growing warmer and warmer, and suddenly she realized that she had reached the home of the South Wind. "I'm searching for the castle that lies east of the sun and west of the moon," she told him. "Can you help me to get there?" The South Wind was silent for a long time before he answered. "I have traveled far in my time here on the earth, but never as far as that. Only my brother, the North Wind, would have the strength to carry you east of the sun and west of the moon. I will take you to him." The South Wind picked up the girl and placed her on his back. "But be warned, child," he told her. "My brother's great strength is not matched by his manners." As they journeyed farther and farther still, the sky darkened to blackness, and the land below them turned to ice. The air turned bitter cold, and they now felt the breath of the powerful North Wind. "Blast you," he said to them. "What do you want?" The North Wind raged so wildly that icy cold puffs swirled all about his house, making the girl shiver. "I am searching for the castle that lies east of the sun and west of the moon," she told him. "Can you help me to get there?" "Once, a long time ago, I blew an aspen leaf there. It tired me so that I couldn't blow a puff for many weeks afterward." "I am searching for a bewitched prince," the girl explained. "He needs my help." "Are you the one he wishes to be with?" inquired the North Wind. "I am," said the girl. Immediately the North Wind swelled with pride and spoke. "If you are not afraid, I'll take you on my back and blow you there myself." "Nothing could make me afraid," she replied. No matter how wildly you storm, for with all my heart I wish to go there." "Very well, then." And with that, the North Wind puffed himself up so stout and so big that the girl thought he would burst for sure. Then, with a great swirl, he lifted her high up into the air and took her on her way so fast that it seemed they would never stop until they reached the end of the world. Down below, there was such a storm that houses and long tracts of wood were torn up. When the North Wind swept over the great sea, hundreds of ships were tossed about in the high waves. On and on they blew over the open sea. Finally, the North Wind began to grow weary. The girl noticed that they were so close to the water now that the crests of the waves washed about her heels. "Are you afraid?" the North Wind asked. "No," she answered. "Look, I see land." The North Wind had just enough strength left to cast her up onto the shore. She looked up to thank the North Wind for his help, but found herself alone in the soft sand, exhausted and shivering. Through the gray mist, she saw something that made her heart leap. A castle. It was the castle that lay east of the sun and west of the moon. She had found it at last. She immediately jumped up and ran toward the castle. But when she entered the great hall, she stopped dead in her tracks. For she saw that the entire castle was filled with the frozen trophies of the Troll Queen. Then a voice bellowed, shaking the castle walls. "Who dares enter my castle?" The young girl started and then looked up to see the Troll Queen shamble from behind her grand throne of ice. Though she was terribly frightened, the young girl stepped forward and spoke. "I have come for the prince who has been bewitched into a white bear." On hearing this, the Troll Queen let out a hollow laugh that made the girl shiver. "How very noble and brave of you. There," she said, pointing, "there is your prince, and there he shall always be. And for your audacity in coming here, you shall soon join him." The girl looked among the frozen animals, and then, to her great horror and pain, she saw the figure of the great white bear, who was her prince, frozen among them. The queen snickered and tossed a bundle at the young girl's feet. "Take this," she said. "It will remind you of the broken promise that sealed his fate." The girl picked up the bundle. It was the prince's white silken shirt with the 3 spots of tallow she had dripped on it. At once, the girl began to cry. She cried for her prince and for her broken promise to him, and for all the harm it had caused. Her tears fell on the shirt and touched the spots of tallow. But no sooner did the warm tears touch the wax than the spots began to melt. "Ah!" cried the queen. "What is happening? What are you doing?" As the spots of tallow melted, so did the ice surrounding all the creatures, frozen throughout the great hall. And then, right before the girl's eyes, all of the melting figures were transformed into people. "You horrid creature, what have you done?" The freed prince stepped forward, facing the queen. "She brought a magic that is far more powerful than your evil could ever be. It is the magic that comes from love." On hearing this, the queen became hysterical and boiled with rage. Her disguise melted away and revealed her as she truly was, a horrid little troll. Then, in her fury, she spun around and exploded in a cloud of black smoke, never to be seen again. All of the people in the hall shouted for joy at their freedom, and the prince ran to the young girl. The prince then asked her what her greatest wish in the world might be, and without hesitation she replied that she wished more than anything to be with him forever. And so it was. The north wind came and swept them up and carried them far, far away from the castle that lay east of the sun and west of the moon.
This is a true story from Ireland. Well, perhaps not all of it is true. After all, even today, Ireland is a very unpredictable sort of a place. But who knows what might have happened there more than 300 years ago. You'll just have to decide for yourself which parts are real and which are not. And now our story begins. On one bright, sunny autumn afternoon in 1684 in Ireland. Young Turlock, are you going to help me mend this roof? Or perhaps you'd rather destroy it altogether? Turlock O'Carlin, from atop the chimney of their new cottage, looked down at his father and smiled to himself. How excited he was to be here at last. There was no longer any work for his father in County Meath, where Turlock was born, so John O'Carlin and his son had just made the long journey to County Roscommon. Here they found plenty of work at Alderford, the McDermott Row estate. First, they had to mend the thatch roof of their own cottage. But Turlock didn't want to start his chores just yet. There was so much to see and do. "Oh, Father," shouted Turlock, "you can't imagine how beautiful it all is. From here I can see the McDermott Row's great house and Lake Mila. And there's the Iron Mountain. And that must be the Speckled Mountain. And over there, that round hill with the big mound on top. What is that called?" John O'Carlin frowned. "That's not an ordinary hill, Turlock," he said. "The good people live there." Turlock shivered. He knew his father was talking about the fairies, but that it was bad luck to call them anything but the good people or the noble people. "They're full of mischief just like you, Turlock," his father teased. "They were angels once, you know, but they caused too much trouble in paradise." Turlock knew the story by heart, but he loved to hear his father tell it. "What became of them?" he asked, scrambling down the ladder. Down they fell to earth, John O'Carlin continued. They're always dancing and singing and playing music and fighting. If a fine horse or a cow strikes their fancy, they shoot it with a little dart and it belongs to them forever. But they take more than animals, Turlock. Wouldn't they love to steal away a fine young lad such as yourself? Turlock sighed. Why must his father's stories always end with a warning? But Turlock was brave and very curious. He planned to explore the whole estate as soon as possible, especially the Fairy Hill. But first, there was work to be done. Turlock and his father mended the hole in the roof with plenty of thatch. Now they would be safe from the wind and rain of the raw Irish winter. Well done, lad, said John O'Carlin. Now be off to the great house. Mrs. McDermott Rowe wants you to help with a banquet tonight. A banquet? Again, Turlock smiled to himself. Helping with food meant that he would get plenty to eat too. The fairies could wait. He ran as fast as he could down the long, broad lane to Alderford House. Standing before it. How grand it was, thought Turlock, with its massive front door, enormous windows, and 3 tall chimneys. He quickly walked around to the back and went in by the servants' entrance. Soon he was working hard. He lit dozens of candles in the great hall and helped the other young servants set the long tables. When the guests arrived, he served more than 50 gentlemen and ladies. After dinner, back and forth, Turlock scurried clearing plates. On his 3rd trip back into the kitchen when the cook wasn't looking, he helped himself generously to some leftover beef and potatoes. When he returned to the great hall, Turlock stopped suddenly just inside the door. At the opposite end of the room, he could see a small woman dressed in a long green gown. In front of her stood a tall, gracefully curved instrument with brass strings, which she was plucking with her fingernails. And from this instrument came the most beautiful music Turlock had ever heard. For a better look, and then he stumbled and fell against a young boy standing next to him. "I'm sorry," said Turlock. "That's quite all right," said the boy. Turlock could tell from the boy's velvet jacket and lace cuffs that he was a gentleman's son, a bit younger than himself. But Turlock wasn't shy, not with anyone. "I'm Turlock O'Carlin," he said. "Dennis O'Connor," the boy replied. "Dennis, who is that, and what is she playing?" Turlock asked. "That's Blind Mary," answered Dennis, "one of the best harpers in all of Ireland." Turlock had never heard a harp before. He listened, enchanted. How wonderful life at Alderford is going to be, he thought. Turlock settled in quickly. Dennis, who lived nearby, became his closest friend. Together they explored the estate and climbed the mysterious hill many times. But nothing exciting ever happened. "That's the trouble with the noble people," Dennis told him. "They only appear when they want to, not when you want them to." Turlock worked hard, too. He planted potatoes. He helped his father shoe the horses. When they needed fuel for heating and cooking, he went down to the peat bog to cut the turf. Mrs. McDermott Rowe saw that Turlough was as smart as he was hard-working, so she asked her own children's tutor to give Turlough lessons too. Soon, he could read and write in both Irish and English. Turlough loved learning new things about the world. Life was pleasant for several years. Then one day, shortly after his 18th birthday, Turlough felt very sick. His head ached, and so did his back. He had a high fever. Suddenly, a terrible rash spread over his body. His face was very swollen, especially around his eyes. Turlough's father ran quickly to Alderford to tell Mrs. McDermott Rowe. She sent for the doctor, who rushed to Turlough's bedside. "What's wrong with him, doctor?" asked John O'Carroll. "I'm afraid it's smallpox," he replied. Turlough's father and Mrs. McDermott Rowe both gasped. "Will he live?" she cried. "I don't know," replied the doctor gently. "We'll just have to wait and see." For 2 weeks they waited. Finally, the fever disappeared, but Turlough was left completely blind. For days he did nothing but sit in front of his cottage. He had never felt so afraid. "What will become of me?" he thought. Everyone tried to cheer him up. Mrs. McDermott Rowe brought him his favourite bread and jam. His father told him stories. But Turlough could not enjoy any of it. Only when he was asleep was he happy, because in his dreams he could again see the faces of his father and friends and all the hills, lakes and valleys that he loved. One day, Dennis ran to Turlough's cottage with exciting news. His family had received a letter from Dennis's uncle, Major Owen O'Connor, who was an officer in the Irish Army. "King James is coming to Ireland," cried Dennis. "Uncle Owen is helping to raise a great army for him. He will lead us into battle against King William and win back all the land and freedoms we have lost." Turlough already knew that William and Mary, Protestant rulers of the Netherlands, had seized the British throne from James II, a Catholic and a great supporter of Ireland. Now it seemed certain that the two kings would soon fight on Irish soil. James must win, Turlough thought. The future of Ireland depends on his victory. Uncle Owen says that Louis XIV of France, the great Sun King himself, is on our side, Dennis went on proudly. Soldiers will come from all over Europe to help our cause. Turlough clenched his fists. The freedom of Ireland was at stake. How he wished he too could be a soldier and fight for his country. But how could a blind man ride into battle? How could he wield a sword or aim a cannonball? After Dennis left, Turlough got up and walked away from the cottage, not knowing or caring where he was going. After half an hour of wandering, he felt the earth rise beneath his feet. Up and up he climbed. Then the ground was level again. Now Turlough knew he had climbed the fairy hill. He flung himself down and cried until he had no tears left. Exhausted, he fell asleep. Suddenly, the sky turned dark and the air began to swirl. Turlough woke up. He felt himself being swept into the windy spiral. Faster and faster it whirled, spinning Turlock this way and that as if he were merely a dry leaf. Suddenly the hilltops split open like a volcano, and with a mighty whoosh, the wind carried him straight down deep into the center of the mountain. Turlock blinked in astonishment to find himself inside a splendid palace. The walls were of gold and silver encrusted with rubies, and the copper ceiling rose 40 feet above his head. "I can see," cried Turlock, "I can see." "That is because you were in fairyland," said a sweet, silvery voice behind him. Turlock spun around. Descending a great spiral staircase and coming toward him was the most beautiful creature he had ever seen. She was tall, very pale, and wore a gown of lavender and purple silk. Her auburn hair flowed like a river to her waist. On her head was a golden crown. Turlock knew this must be the Queen of the Fairies. "You cried because you cannot fight, young Turlock?" she asked. "Mortal battles are nothing compared to the glorious combats of our kingdom. Look," she commanded. With a wave of her long arm, she made the palace disappear. Now, she and Turlock were standing together in a field. Suddenly, thousands of fairies and horses galloped down from the surrounding hills. The army of the fairy queen wore red. Her rivals wore green. The horses of silver, gold, and black were the tallest and finest Turlock had ever seen. The troops met on the battlefield. Sounds of clashing swords filled the air, followed by terrible cries. The green field now looked more like the surface of the moon than any earthly landscape, because fairies' blood is white, not red like ours, and the ghostly fluid covered the ground. The screams grew louder. Turlock was speechless with horror. "What a fine fairy soldier you would make, Turlock," hissed the queen. "Your poor King James will be vanquished, but my troops are always victorious. After the battle, we will feast and dance." "Come," she cried, springing lightly upon a tall white mare and pointing to an equally splendid black stallion. "Mount this horse, put on this red cap, and follow me." But Turlock wanted nothing to do with that terrible slaughter. He took the cap and sprang onto the black horse, but waited until the queen had galloped off towards her troops. Then he pulled as hard as he could on the reins. Whirling the stallion around, he rode off in the opposite direction. Soon they were flying, faster than the wind, faster than sound, faster than light. Turlock closed his eyes and hung onto the stallion's mane. He thought his head would split open. When he couldn't bear the blinding speed any longer, he let out a loud yell. Instantly, everything went dark, and Turlock was no longer clinging to the horse, but sitting in a wooden chair. He opened his eyes. He could see nothing, but the chair felt familiar, and that smell of soda bread baking. Turlock knew he was back at Alderford in the big old kitchen. He heard running footsteps. "Turlock," cried a familiar voice, "where on earth have you been?" "Nowhere on earth, Dennis," said Turlock, gingerly touching his head. But even the red cap was gone. Dennis's eyes grew bigger and bigger when he heard Turlock's story. What an adventure! But Turlock was more unhappy than ever. "Perhaps I should let the good people take me, Dennis," he cried. "I can see in their world, and what good am I in this one?" "But Turlock," exclaimed Dennis, alarmed, "if they take you, your soul will be lost forever. We would never see you again." "I will never see anything again," Turlock said bitterly. "What's the use of living?" Before Dennis could protest, the happy, rippling sounds of harp music filled the kitchen. Turlock rose unsteadily from his chair and moved towards the sound as if in a trance. It led him into a small room off the kitchen. When he was very close to the music, it stopped. "Who is it?" asked a woman's voice. "I don't recognize your footsteps." His footsteps? Turlock was startled. "Can't you see either?" he blurted out. "No," came the reply. Turlock could hear the smile in her voice. "They call me Blind Mary." Turlock reached out both arms towards the harp. His hands, trembling, brushed against Mary's arm. She felt for them, took them gently into her own, and placed them on the strings. Turlock plucked one, then another, and another. A simple tune took shape under his fingers. Joy flooded his heart. "Ah, you have the gift of melody, young man," said Blind Mary. "I believe you have the makings of a fine harper." Turlock's sightless eyes filled with happy tears. Now he knew what he could do. Turlock spent most of Mary's visit by her side. He was full of questions. What was it like to be a harper? How did she find her way around? How was she treated? "It's not an easy life, Turlock, but it's a good one," Mary told him. "I ride from one fine house to another. My guide leads the way. Sometimes the weather is terrible. I play for the gentry at night, and in the daytime I teach their children music. And of course, I write songs." "You do?" asked Turlock, impressed. "Oh yes," Mary said. "I always write a song praising the Lord and Lady for their fine hospitality. That way they would feel embarrassed if they didn't give me the best room in the house, and plenty to eat and drink too." It sounded wonderful to Turlock, but there was just one problem. He had no harp, no horse, no guide, and no money. Turlock explained the problem to his father. John O'Carlin knew just what to do. "Let's go ask Mrs. MacDermot Rowe," he said. Father and son walked up to Alderford, where they found their patroness cutting flowers in her garden. "A travelling harper?" she exclaimed. "Why, Turlock, what a wonderful idea." Mrs. MacDermot Rowe bought him a harp and paid for his lessons. Turlock practiced hard for 3 years. Finally, the big day came. Mrs. MacDermot Rowe gave him his very own horse and guide. "Your first visit will be at Squire Reynolds' house over by Lake Scorrin in Letterfeen," she told him, beaming with pride. "It's just over the border in County Leitrim." Turlock ran to his horse so fast that the guide was afraid he would fall, but Turlock grabbed hold of the stirrup and sprang into the saddle easily. Everyone gathered to see him off. Since they knew he couldn't see them, waving and jumping up and down, they cheered too. Dennis made the most noise of all. Turlock, clutching his precious harp, rode through miles of mist-covered fields and rainy forests led by his guide on foot. When they finally arrived at Letterfeen, Squire Reynolds was waiting for them at the front door. "1,000 welcomes, young Turlock," he boomed. "Come in, come in." Turlock was shown to a comfortable room. He was exhausted but too excited to sleep. That very night he would play at a banquet. Turlock soon noticed that his harp was badly out of tune from the journey, so he carefully tuned each string. Then he began to practice the traditional Irish airs he had learned. Sometimes his thoughts wandered from the music. Will they like me, he wondered. Will I be good enough? His friends at Alderford loved his playing, but an audience full of strangers was a different story. To calm his nerves, Turlough forced himself to concentrate on the music and to breathe very slowly and very deeply as he continued to practice. Soon it was time to go to the Great Hall. Squire Reynolds himself came to Turlough's room to fetch him. "Ready, lad?" asked the squire. "Of course," replied Turlough, hoping that he sounded more confident than he felt. As he entered the hall, Turlough heard dozens of laughing voices. The noise died down when Squire Reynolds announced that young Turlough O'Carlin would play a few tunes for their after-dinner entertainment. Turlough began to play, but much to his embarrassment, the talk and laughter soon started again. No one was listening. He tried plucking harder on the wire strings, but this made his fingers hurt. Besides, no matter how loudly he played, the noise from the hall was even louder. "I'd better stop," he thought. A few guests nearby applauded politely, but Turlough knew the evening had not been a success. He hung his head in dismay. Suddenly, he felt a hand on his shoulder. "It's not easy to get their attention, is it, lad?" said the kindly voice of George Reynolds. "I know. I play harp and compose a bit myself." "Tell me, Turlough," continued the squire, "have you ever written any songs yourself?" Turlough shook his head. "You might try it," said the squire. "Why don't you write one about the great battle of the fairy queens of Shebeg and Shemore?" Later, Turlough lay awake in bed thinking about the squire's suggestion. Shebeg, the little fairy hill, and Shemore, the big fairy hill, lay a short distance from the Reynolds estate. Cannons and gunfire had been heard at night, the squire had said. Local peasants thought the fairy queens of the two hills were fighting. Turlough shuddered, remembering the fairy battle he had seen 3 years before. Could he really write a song about this one? He began to hum. Soon he leaped out of bed, grabbed his harp and began to play. Turlough worked for 3 days. At the next feast he began with his new song, Shebeg and Shemore. The haunting tune filled the air. Then Turlough sang the story. First, the rival queens boasted about their armies and taunted each other. Then they led their troops into the most terrible battle anyone had ever seen. Suddenly, they both were attacked by a much larger army swooping down on them from the nearby hills. The queens quickly declared a truce and joined together to fight their common enemy. The audience saw it all, just as if it had happened right in front of them. When the song was over, they paid Turlough the highest possible compliment. Total silence for several seconds, followed by wild applause. Squire Reynolds was so pleased with Shebeg and Shemore that he gave the young harper a second horse so his guide could ride too. Turlough was stunned. He knew that only the most successful harpers in Ireland had 2 horses. Turlough rode back to Alderford in triumph. All his friends were there to meet him just as they had gathered to see him off. "Hooray for Turlough!" cried Dennis. "Well done, lad," exclaimed his father. "You will be the greatest harper Ireland has ever known," said Mrs. MacDermott Rowe. Turlough took a deep breath and held his harp tightly against his chest. How happy he was.
I'll never I never showed you.
I never showed you.
Assumed you'd always be there.
I thought you'd always be there.
I took your presence for granted, but I always cared. And I miss the love we shared. Shining down on me from heaven. Like so many friends we've lost along the way. And I know we
You're listening to Kidstar, AM 1220, KDFC, Palo Alto, San Francisco. Radio just for kids. Cool.
The Secret Garden by Francis Hodgson.
It's late. It's really late. If you're up at this hour, you either refuse to snooze or you're an adult unit who secretly tunes in to Kidstar because you like the stories that we tell late at night. And we tell tales from all around the world, from Asia, Africa, Europe, Australia, and stories from right here in the good old USA. Settle in now, because more music and more storytelling is on the way, here on Kidstar, radio just for late night kids.
Kidstar, radio just for kids.
If I could fly, I'd take off for the sky, make the clouds my own trampoline. I'd jump up so high in the great by and by, in the greatest show that you've ever seen. If I were the wind, my life would be a breeze. I'd make my home the top of the trees. I'd whistle down the mountains and make white camps on the seas. Then I'd blow through town whenever I
pleased. Whenever I please.
Under the branch of the old willow tree, lying on my back where no one can see. It's all fun to be lost in a daydream.
If I could take this blanket on a magic carpet ride, further than the eye can see, all the nomads and gypsies at the pyramids of Egypt look up and wave back at me. They wave back at me.
Under the branch of the old willow tree, lying on my back where no one can see. It's so fun to be lost in a daydream.
I'd pass over the Nile, stretching out below for miles, and to places that man's never known. Over valleys and dunes, and the mountains of the moon. Then I'd turn around and head back home. Heading back home.
Under the branch of the old willow tree, lying on my back where no one can see. It's so fun to be lost in a daydream. Lying on my back where no one can see. It's so fun to be lost in a daydream. Lost in a daydream.
Kid Star, radio just for kids.
hopping on a moon shadow, moon shadow, moon shadow. And if I ever lose my hands, lose my plow, lose my land, oh, if I ever lose my hands, oh, I won't have to work no more. And if I ever lose my eyes, if my colors all run dry, it's if I ever lose my eyes, oh, I won't have to cry no more. Yes, I'm being followed by a moon shadow, moon shadow, moon shadow, leaping and hopping on a moon shadow, moon shadow, moon shadow. And if I ever lose my legs, I won't moan and I won't beg. Oh, if I ever lose my legs, oh, I won't have to walk no more. And if I ever lose my mouth, all my teeth, north and south, yes, if I ever lose my mouth, oh, I won't have to talk. Takes long to find me, I ask the faithful light. Oh, did it take long to find me, and are you gonna stay the night? I'm being followed by a moon shadow, moon shadow, moon shadow, leaping and hopping on a moon shadow, moon shadow, moon shadow. Shadow, shadow, moon shadow.
Yo, check it. Plug it in, turn it on. It's Kidstar, KDFC, Palo Alto, San Francisco, East Bay, South Bay. Radio just for kids.
I'm here.
It's late. It's really late. If you're up at this hour, you either refuse to snooze or you're an adult unit who secretly tunes in to Kidstar because you like the stories that we tell late at night. And we tell tales from all around the world, from Asia, Africa, Europe, Australia, and stories from right here in the good old USA. Settle in now, because more music and more storytelling is on the way, here on Kidstar, radio just for late night kids.
This is Kidstar, radio just for kids.
Children are not your children. They are the sons and the daughters of life, longing for itself. They come through you, but they are not from you. And though they are with you, they belong not to you. You can give them your love, but not your thoughts. For they have their own thoughts. They have their own thoughts. You can house their bodies, but not their souls. For their souls dwell in a place of tomorrow, which you cannot visit, not even in your dreams. You can strive to be like them, but you cannot make them just like you. Strive to be like them, but you cannot make them just like you. Your children are not your children. They are the sons and the daughters of life, longing for itself. They come through you, but they are not from you. And though they are with you, they belong not to you. You can give them your love, but not your thoughts. They have their own thoughts. They have their own thoughts. You can house their bodies, but not their souls, for their souls dwell in a place of tomorrow, which you cannot visit, not even in your dreams. You can strive to be like them, but you cannot make them just like you. Strive to be like them, but you cannot make them just like you.
Kid Star, radio just for kids.
When a star is born, they receive a gift or two. One of them is this: they have the power to make a dream come true. Upon a star, makes no difference who you are. Anything your heart desires will come to you. If your heart is in your dream, request is too extreme. When you wish upon a star, as dreamers do, fate is kind. She brings to those who fulfillment of their secret longing, like a bolt out of the blue. Fate steps in and sees you through. When you wish upon a star, your dreams come true. Your dreams come through. If you were a baby and I was your daddy, we could go skipping on rainbows. If I was your papa, you can bet you'd buy cracky. We would go skipping on rainbows, on rainbows,
skipping on rainbows. You can bet your back cracking as soon as I can say, lickety-splickety, we will be skipping on rainbows. On rainbows, you can see the moon laughing. The colors of rainbows, green, red, and yellow, soon we'll be skipping on rainbows. Skipping on rainbows. Skipping, skipping on rainbows. On rainbows. On rainbows. Shoot-up, shooby-doo. Shoot-up, shooby-doo. Shoot-up, shooby-doo. Shoot-up, shooby-wah. Shoot-up, shooby-doo. Of the night, I held you, held you tight. Oh, I love you so. Promise I'll never let you go in the still of the night. I remember that night in May when the stars were right up above. To keep chew up your breath, chew up just love so before shooby-doo, the light, shooby-doo, hold me again, with all of your mind and shooby-wah, in the still of the night. Shoo up, shoo up, shoo up. Shoo up, 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 shoo up. Before the light, hold me again with all of your mind in the still of the night. In the still of the night. In the still of the night. Shoot-up, shooby-doo. Shoot-up, shooby-doo. Yeah. Shoot-up, shooby-doo. Shoot-up, shooby-wah. Shoot-up, shooby-doo.
Check it. Plug it in. Turn it on. It's Kidstar KDFC. Palo Alto, San Francisco. East Bay, South Bay. Radio just for kids.
You're listening to Kidstar, radio just for late night kids. I hope you liked that last story. That's what we do here late at night. We tell stories that take you on adventures all over the world, always starting from that very important place, your imagination. We'll have more stories and more night music coming up in just a moment, so get comfortable. And thanks for listening to Kidstar, radio just for late night kids.
Star, radio just for kids.
Umama geko, amusobuya. Musukala, umama geko, amusobuya.
Chula mtana.
Chula, 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 chula mtana. Chula, chula, chula mtana. Musukala, umama geko, amusobuya. Musukala, umama geko, amusobuya. Be still, be still, be still, my child. Be still, be still, be still, my child. Do not cry, mother is absent, mother shall come back. Do not cry, mother is absent, mother shall come back. Be still, be still, be still, my child. Be still, be still, be still, my child. Do not cry, mother is absent, mother shall come back. Do not cry, mother is absent, mother shall come back.
Chula mtana.
Chula, chula, chula mtana. Chula, chula, chula mtana. Musukala, umama geko, amusobuya. Musukala, umama geko, amusobuya.
Chula.
Chula,
Chula.
chula, chula mtana.
Chula.
Chula, chula, chula mtana. Musukala, umama geko, amusobuya. Musukala, umama geko, amusobuya.
Out of the blue.
Kid Star. Radio just for kids.
laughing, having fun with all the people that we know. And if the situation should keep us separated, I know the world won't fall apart. You will free the beautiful bird caught inside your heart. Can you see her? She flies so proud, casts her wild wings over water and cloud. That's the way it's gonna be, little darling. We'll go riding on the horses, yeah, yeah. Way up in the sky, little darling. If you fall, pick you up, pick you up. If you fall, pick you up, I'll pick you up. You will grow until you go, and I'll be right there by your side. Even then, a whisper in the wind will call me to you in the night. I hear all the people of the world in my one bird's cry. I see them trying every way they know under my wing. You were born to fly. That's the way it's gonna be, little darling. We'll go riding on the horses, yeah, yeah. Way up in the sky, little darling. If you fall, pick you up, I'll pick you up. If you fall, pick you up. That's the way it's gonna be, little darling. We'll go riding on the horses, yeah, yeah. Way up in the sky, little darling. If you fall, pick you up, pick you up. If you fall, pick you up. Pick you up, darling, when you fall. Yeah, yeah. Wherever you fall, wherever you fall, wherever you ride, your daddy's by your side. Everybody's gonna fly. So take a little ride, gonna make a run right. Ride on, I give her all my love, that's all I do. And if you saw my love, you'd love her too. I love her. She gives me everything, and tenderly the kiss my lover brings, she brings to me, and I love her. A love like ours could never die, as long as I have you near me. Bright are the stars that shine, dark is the sky. I know this love of mine will never die, and I love her. Bright are the stars that shine, dark is the sky. I know this love of mine will never die, and I love her.
You're listening to Kidstar, AM 1220, KDFC, Palo Alto, San Francisco. Radio just for kids. Cool.
ancient Japan, there lived an old woodcutter and his wife. Many years before, their children had been stolen by a band of horrible ogres. The couple had not had other children after that, and had long since given up thinking about it, for they were very old. But every now and then, as they sat on the veranda at the end of the day and watched the blue sky, transformed by the orange and peach colors of the setting sun, tears would come into their eyes, and they would sigh and remember the voices of their long-lost little ones and wonder what it might be like to have a child again. Now one day, as the old woman was washing her clothes in a nearby stream, she saw a large, brilliant object that looked like a peach bobbing along in the water just beyond her. The object was so large that she knew it was not a peach and could never be one. But when at last she reached it and beheld it closely, she saw that it was a peach after all. And when she picked it up, she saw that it was nearly as large as the basket in which she carried her clothes. So she brought the peach home and then sat on the veranda, waiting for her husband to come home. He was still a great distance off when she saw him and called out, "Oji-san! Oji-san! I have found a giant peach! Come quickly!" Now the old man was carrying an exceptionally large load of wood upon his back that day, but on hearing his old wife call out to him, huffing and puffing, he hurried up the path to their home. When he saw her sitting there on the veranda with the monumental peach, he put the wood down and rubbed his eyes, thinking that perhaps because he was so weary, he was imagining things. But he soon saw that the unlikely fruit was quite real, and he marveled at it. And after they had beheld its magnificence for some time, they decided to eat it for supper. The weary Oji-san produced a large knife and proceeded to slice the giant object carefully in 2 halves. Just as he came near the middle, though, a little voice cried out. Before the old couple knew what was happening, the 2 halves of the vast peach fell apart, and a tiny child came out of the fruit center and stood before them, dripping wet. Now, of course, the old couple was quite dumbfounded, and they could only look at each other and shrug. But after a time, it became clear to them that now, even at this late point in their lives, they would again know the joy of having a child all their own. Their happiness on beholding the little child and on realizing what had befallen them in the twilight of their lives was so unspeakable that they sat and wept for many hours, and together experienced the singular sensation of not knowing what to do with their hands or feet. The years that followed were ones of great joy for the old couple. And now, when at the end of each day, they sat on the veranda watching the sun crawl under the horizon's covers for the night, the Peach Boy watched it with them. And for the first time in their lives, the powerful longing that came to them at this time of day found its long-deserved and proper rest. as you may have heard, the Peach Boy, or Momotaro, as they came to call him, grew much more quickly than your average child. In fact, he grew so quickly that in only 5 years' time, he was celebrating his 15th birthday. The old couple hardly knew what to make of the strange fact, but they were simple people, with few expectations, and so they came to accept it as a matter of course. One day soon thereafter, Peach Boy made an announcement to his venerable foster parents. "It is time I went out into the wide world and proved myself as a man," he told them. "There is an island far beyond the Northeast Sea, which is inhabited by a band of hideous ogres. I must travel there and conquer them. But fear not, for I shall be victorious, and I promise to return to you when I have won back the precious plunder which those murdering thieves have stolen all these years." Now Momotaro was indeed bigger and stronger than anyone they had ever seen, and his fame had spread throughout all of Japan. But the old couple had grown to love him more dearly than anything in their lives, and the very thought of losing another dear child to the hideous ogres caused them to tremble. In the end, though, their love for the boy was so great that they were unable to deny him the desire of his heart, and so they assented. The old man rummaged about and found a limber walking stick, a rusting iron gunson which served as a shield in warfare, and finally a tattered old flag which his father had given him some 50 years before, and he gave these objects to Momotaro. The old woman ground millet seeds in the kitchen mortar, and with tears in her eyes, she cooked her beloved boy a feast of dumplings over the charcoal fire. She then wrapped them up in a furoshiki and gave the bundle to him for his journey. Their farewell was a long and tearful one, but finally Momotaro departed from them and set off by himself at daybreak into the wide world. He walked and walked for what seemed many hours, until finally he came into a strange country in which the colors and shapes were unlike anything he had ever seen before. After a while, he began to feel tired and lonely, so he sat down in a large field beneath a tree to rest and have a bite to eat. But when he opened his bag and smelled the millet dumplings that his dear mother had made for him with her own hands, great tears welled up in his eyes. Just as he was finished eating, there was a terrific rustling in the bushes nearby, and suddenly a huge dog, the size of a colt, bounded out toward him. "Oh, what are you doing, trespassing on my land?" the dog inquired roughly, moving his head from side to side. "You better give me those dumplings, or I won't be responsible for my actions toward you." And he continued to move his head from side to side, eyeing the dumplings. "Ho-ho," Momotaro replied. "See here, little doggy. As I remember, dogs can't even talk. How is it, then, that you have the audacity not only to talk, but to demand of me the very dumplings which my poor mother made for me with her own hands?" Realizing that it was indeed the great Lord Momotaro of whom he'd heard, the insolent hound quickly changed his tune. "Oh, you are quite right that dogs can't talk, Lord Momotaro. Quite right indeed. What a silly notion. Please forgive me. I'll never talk again. Although I still wouldn't mind one of those fine dumplings." "And you shall have it," Momotaro replied. "Will you also accompany me on my journey to the island of ogres across the Northeast Sea?" The dog then said that he would, and gladly agreed to be Momotaro's military retainer. He was then immediately given a dumpling, as well as the high honor of carrying Lord Momotaro's walking stick, and the two of them fell in together and began walking. They walked for miles and miles until the countryside became densely wooded. When they had grown quite tired and decided to sit down for a bite to eat, Momotaro untied the ends of the furoshiki containing the dumplings and immediately heard a loud screech in the tree just above them. An ancient orange ape swung down to the ground. "Good day to you, Lord Momotaro," he said. "I've been expecting you. Word has traveled far and wide about your expedition. May I have the high honor of accompanying you?" "The honor would be mine alone," replied Momotaro. "Please, have a dumpling." Now the dog clearly resented the ape's intrusion into things. He had hoped to be the only one to accompany Momotaro. And as they proceeded, he and the ape snapped and bit at each other behind Momotaro's back. As they were traveling through a moor, the dog left off bickering with the ape just long enough to flush a large pheasant out of some bushes and chase after it. The pheasant proved more than a match for the large dog, though, and could not be caught. "You are quite a valiant fellow," Momotaro said to the bird. "We are traveling to the Isle of Death to vanquish the terrible ogres who live there. Will you do us the honor of joining our party?" The pheasant said that he'd been born for that very purpose and agreed heartily. Momotaro then tossed up a millet dumpling, which the pheasant caught in midair and ate. As they were traveling along, however, the strife between the animals continued until Momotaro could stand it no longer. "Now see here," he said sternly. "We shall be quite unable to fulfill our plan if we continue to fight among ourselves. The next one of you who steps out of line shall forfeit his place among the group." The ape, the dog, and the pheasant all looked down at the ground sheepishly, for they deeply respected Momotaro, and they were grieved that they had endangered his plan. They continued to march toward the sea, and from that day on, they were quite obedient. Finally, after many days of marching, they came to a cliff that overlooked the great Northeast Sea. But look as they might, there was not any island to be seen. "My dear pheasant," Momotaro pronounced solemnly, "the time has come for you to use your gift of flight. You must fly high up into the sky until you see the ogre's island." And so, the pheasant ate another millet dumpling to bolster his strength and took off into the blue sky. Higher and higher and higher he flew until they could see him no more. In the hours that passed, they constructed a ship. Then night fell, and still the pheasant did not return. Finally, early the next morning, he returned to them, completely exhausted. He explained to them that he had flown beyond the blueness of the sky itself and into a thin, clear realm untraveled by any birds. "I had just flown through the horns of the crescent moon when I saw the island of the ogres," he explained. "It will be a long journey, but I will lead the way. Only follow me, and we will prevail." And so, Momotaro and the pheasant and the dog and the ape rode across the mountains of the waves toward their destination. Days and nights came and went as they pressed on. At night from the deck of the ship, they saw shooting stars arc across the heavens like wet pearls. And when the sun rose in the morning, they saw flying fish skittering among the furrows of the waves. Word of their journey traveled far and wide beneath the water's surface, so that after a few days, a school of brilliant green dolphins rose up alongside to greet them, and then leapt ahead of the boat like a military escort. Then after some time, whales appeared. And then many birds began arriving from near lands and then from distant lands. At first there were hundreds of them, and then thousands, and then more thousands. And they too escorted the boat, flying alongside in great multitudes, embroidering the air with song. After many weeks, the water around the boat boiled with dolphins and countless other beautiful fish, and the birds continued to come from every part of the globe, until it seemed there was not a bird or fish alive that had not come to join the fantastic procession. They traveled along like this for many days, until the sky became so filled with music and color, and the sea with fish and spouting whales, and the bright turquoise backs of the leaping dolphins, that Momotaro thought that perhaps he was in heaven, and had only dreamt of his life on Earth and his trip to the island of the ogres. But one day, he was watching the sunset from the deck of his ship, and as it gathered weight and began to droop slowly toward the horizon, it reminded him of a large, overripe peach hanging from a branch. Then he thought of his origins, and of his years among the old couple who had raised him, and of how he had vowed to destroy the ogres. And he knew that life was not a dream, and that he existed in a world that was cohabited by death, and that he was not in heaven. No, not yet. And he wept. When he awoke, it was morning. He looked up at the horizon and then saw in the distance the tiny dot, which was the Isle of Death. Already at that distance, the acrid stench of sulfur fumes burned his nostrils, and the water became a lifeless greenish color. And the fish and the dolphins and whales and birds fell back now, for they could go no further. When the ship landed, Momotaro observed that the island was covered everywhere with tall plumes of yellow and greenish smoke from the sulfur springs he had heard of, and the shoreline was parched and cracked and coated with salt. There was nothing but death and silence in the air. They walked along in this blank landscape and saw no life. After they had walked a long while, they came to a grotesque fortress made entirely out of human bones. "By now, the ogres will have heard of our arrival," pronounced the ape. "They are perfect cowards and will try to escape into the bowels of the earth with their captives and plunder. We must hurry." The pheasant was quickly dispatched to report on things and soon returned. "The ogres are running about in complete panic and are indeed trying to gather up their plunder," he said. Momotaro had a plan. In a moment, the pheasant again flew up over the battlement and began calling out, "The great Lord Momotaro has come! The great Lord Momotaro has come!" Then the dog ran along the walls of the fortress and barked, "Oh, the great Lord Momotaro has come! The great Lord Momotaro has come!" Finally, the ape clambered up to the top of the fortress wall and ran along it, shouting, "The great Lord Momotaro has come! The great Lord Momotaro has come!" On hearing this news, the ogres gnashed their teeth and pulled their horns out. Then, in their fear and confusion, they began attacking each other. Finally, the din of their wailing and panic was so great that the very walls of the fortress itself began to crumble. As the walls fell, Momotaro immediately climbed over the rubble. On seeing him, the ogres shrieked and dropped all of the plunder they were carrying to escape into the center of the fortress. Momotaro and his companions went quickly after them. But just as they entered the innermost chamber of the fortress, they saw the last ogre disappear into a hole that led to the bowels of the earth. Quickly, Momotaro gave the dog his iron gunson and climbed in after them, while his friends waited anxiously. As they were waiting, though, a great earthquake shook the entire island. It was so powerful that the ape, the dog, and the pheasant all fell to the ground, and the fortress around them began to crumble. When it had finally stopped, they were quiet, for they were all convinced that Momotaro had met his end. But just as they were about to leave, they heard a noise coming from inside the hole. Momotaro was alive! And as he emerged from the hole, they saw that he was followed by a huge train of the ogre's captives, all the people who had been stolen as children and held prisoner all these years. When all the people had finally come out, Momotaro picked up a huge rock, and with it, he sealed the entrance to the bowels of the earth forever. Now, because of the great earthquake, the sulfur springs around the island had been instantly transformed into gushing fountains of water that flowed everywhere. And now all of the soil that had been formerly parched and cracked erupted with trees and green plants and flowers. Even the horrible smell of sulfur and fear that was in the air evaporated and was eclipsed by the powerful and beautiful fragrance of peach blossoms. On seeing this, everyone sang out in joy. Then they marched back to Momotaro's ship with the ogre's plunder, and, accompanied by the birds, and the fish, and the whales, and the leaping dolphins, they began the long journey home, back into the setting sun.
You're listening to Kidstar, radio just for late-night kids. I hope you liked that last story. That's what we do here late at night. We tell stories that take you on adventures all over the world, always starting from that very important place, your imagination. We'll have more stories and more night music coming up in just a moment, so get comfortable. And thanks for listening to Kidstar, radio just for late-night kids.
Once upon a time, there lived a poor widow who had an only son named Jack and an old cow whose name was Milky White. And all they had to live on was the milk the cow gave them each morning, which they carried to market and sold. But so very exceptional was this milk, for it was far and wide considered the whitest milk anyone had ever seen, that it fetched quite a handsome price at market. And so Jack and his mother were able to get by. But alas, one rainy morning, Milky White gave them no milk. And the next morning, Milky White gave them no milk. And the morning after that, it was precisely the same. Jack and his mother didn't know what to do, and when they spoke to Milky White herself about it, she was utterly silent.
Oh, what shall we do?
Jack's mother cried, wringing her hands.
What shall we do?
Cheer up, Mother, Jack said bravely. I'll go out and find some work.
Oh, no one will hire a boy as young as you are,
his mother said.
We have no choice but to sell old Milky White.
Now, this was the last thing on earth that Jack wanted to do, for he and Milky White had been the best of friends ever since he could remember. But he knew that there was no other way, and he went outside and took Milky White by the halter and started off with her down the road to market. He'd not gone far, though, when he came upon a very old, very odd-looking man who tipped his hat and greeted him. Good morning, Jack, the man said. Good morning to you, Jack answered, wondering where this strange man had learned his name. And where are you off to this bright morning, good Jack? I'm going to market to sell our cow, Jack answered, also wondering how this strange man knew that he was good. Oh, you do look the proper sort of chap to sell cows, don't you? Tell me then, good Jack, if you can, how many beans make 5? 2 in each hand and 1 in your mouth, Jack answered, just as sharp as a needle. And quite right you are, good Jack, quite right you are. And here they are now, the very beans themselves. And with a great flourish, he pulled out of his tattered waistcoat pocket a number of very strange-looking beans. And as you are so very sharp, good Jack, I don't mind at all making a swap with you. No, not at all, Jack, not at the very least do I mind. What say you, then, to swapping your old cow for these extraordinary, extravagant, extra-large, extra beans right here? and he held them out in the sunlight that Jack might behold them proper-like. "Oh, go along," Jack said, not to be taken in. "Wouldn't you like it?" "Ah," said the man, "but you haven't got the slightest idea as to just what sort of beans these are. By way of illustration, then, I should like to point out that were you to, say, plant these beans, or in the ground, perhaps, why, no sooner than sun-up the following morning would they have grown up into a stalk tall enough to reach the top of the blue sky itself, and not an inch less. Now tell me if that doesn't give you pause. Tell me." "Really?" said Jack. "You don't say so." "Oh, I most certainly do say so," said the man rather emphatically. "That is precisely and exactly what I say, and it is precisely and exactly what would happen. I should stake my very reputation on it." "But I don't know you," Jack returned. "And what sort of reputation has a stranger got to look out for?" Oh, you're a sharpie, Jack, aren't you? I tell you what, if it should happen that anything occurs differently than just as I have described it, in any wise whatever, you can have your cow back. Now there's something, wouldn't you agree?" "Right," says Jack. And right then and there, he handed over Milky White's halter and pocketed the 5 strange-looking beans. Then he bid the strange man a good afternoon and started back home, staring and staring at his wonderful treasure. It was about dusk as Jack got home. And as soon as his mother saw that he didn't have Milky White with him, she became terribly excited and begged Jack to tell her what price he'd fetched for her. "Oh, you'll never guess, Mother," Jack said, barely able to contain himself. "Not in 100 years you won't." "Oh, what a good boy you are," his mother said. "Don't tell me. Was it £5 or was it... No, it couldn't be £10, no. It surely couldn't be more than £10. Oh, stop it, Jack, stop it. You must tell me." "There, I told you couldn't guess," Jack said proudly. "You're not even close, Mother, because I didn't get any money for her at all. You see, I traded her to an old man for these beans here. He told me that if you plant them, they'll grow up to the sky overnight." "Oh, my goodness," said Jack's mother, putting her hands to her face. "Oh, how could you have been such a fool, such a dolt, such an idiot, as to have given away my own Milky White, the best milker in the parish, and prime beef to boot, for a handful of magical beans?" And with that she threw the beans out of the window and sent him up to bed without so much as a bite of supper. Now poor Jack was deeply saddened. It was not long before he cried himself to sleep. But as he was sleeping, he had the strangest dream that ever was. He dreamt that the sun had forgotten to rise one morning. And everything in the world became covered in total darkness. And there was a terrific earthquake that split the entire earth quite in two. When he woke up, the chair beside his bed had slid all the way to the other side of the room. And there was a strange green hue over everything. Jack had forgotten the events of the day before. But as soon as he remembered them, he leapt to the window. And there, in all of its splendor, he beheld a magnificent beanstalk, such as there never has been in the history of the world. It stretched up and up and up. He couldn't see the end of it. And then Jack realized that it stretched up beyond the blue circle of the sky itself, just as the strange man had predicted. And so, without a moment's hesitation, Jack leapt out of his window onto the beanstalk and began climbing. And he climbed climbed, and he climbed, and he climbed, and he climbed, until at last he was able to touch the surface of the blue sky itself. And he poked his head through it, and there, just on the other side, he saw a road stretching off into the distance. So Jack pulled himself over the edge of the sky and started down the road, thinking of nothing but where he could find some breakfast, for it had been an awfully long climb, and as you will no doubt remember, he hadn't eaten a crumb since the morning of the day before. Now the countryside all around him was unlike anything he'd ever seen. Everything was larger and wilder than what he was used to, and his prospects for finding breakfast seemed, on the whole, rather dim. Then he came upon a great big tall house, larger than any he'd ever seen, and on the doorstep there stood a great big tall woman. "Good morning, Mum," said Jack, quite polite-like, for he was hungry as a hunter. "Could you be so kind as to give me some breakfast?"
"There now, you'd better be running along, for I am married to an ogre, and there isn't a thing he prefers for his breakfast to broiled English boys on toast. Run along, then."
But Jack's hunger had quite a strong grip on him, and he pleaded, "Please, Mum, I've had nothing to eat since yesterday morning. I may just as well take my chances being eaten by an ogre as die of hunger."
"Well," said the ogre's wife, "that's certainly reasonable enough, then, isn't it?"
So she took Jack into the kitchen and gave him a chunk of black bread and a chunk of yellow cheese and a jug of white milk, although Jack couldn't help noticing how very much whiter Milky White's milk had always been. Jack had barely finished eating when he heard a thump, thump, thump coming through the house that scared him mostly out of his wits.
"Oh, goodness gracious," she said. "My husband is coming. What shall I do? Quick, hop in here."
And she scooped Jack into the oven just as the ogre came into the room. The ogre was a large, wild man, and a smelly one at that. And Jack saw that as he came into the room, he carried the body of a cow slung over his shoulder, which he threw on the floor roughly.
"Here, wife, broil this for my breakfast." What's that I smell?"
he inquired.
"Fee, fi, fo, fum. I smell the blood of an Englishman. Be he alive or be he dead, I'll have his bones to grind my bread."
"Oh, nonsense, dearie," his wife said cheerfully. "Oh, you must be dreaming. Unless, of course, it's the scraps of that English boy you had for yesterday's dinner. Off you go and have a scrub up and tidy yourself, and by the time you come back, your breakfast will be ready."
So off the ogre went, and Jack was just about to jump out of the oven when the woman pushed him back in.
"Wait till he's asleep," said she with a wink. "He always has a doze after his breakfast."
Well, the ogre returned and ate his breakfast. He burped very, very loudly, sending such an awful stench through the room that Jack thought he would faint dead right then and there in the oven and be discovered. After that, the ogre went to a huge chest and took out a couple of bags of gold, which he sat down and counted, until at last his head began to nod and he fell asleep. He began to snore till the whole house shook again. Then Jack crept out on tiptoe from the oven. And as he was passing the ogre, he slipped one of the bags of gold under his arm. Then he ran out of the door and down the long road until he saw the top of the beanstalk sticking up through the sky. When he reached it, he threw the bag of gold down, which made a hole 6 feet deep in his mother's garden, and he began the long, long climb back home. When he reached the bottom, his mother had just fished the bag of gold out from the hole it had made in her garden. "Well, Mother," Jack said proudly, "wasn't I right about those beans? They really did grow, didn't they?"
"Oh, well, I always knew they would." she and Jack danced merrily around the bottom of the beanstalk, for she'd never been as happy in all her life. And so they lived off the bag of gold for some time. But at last they came near the end of it, and Jack made up his mind to try his luck once more at the top of the beanstalk. So very early one morning, he climbed out of his window onto the beanstalk and started climbing. And he climbed, and he climbed, and he climbed, and he climbed, and he climbed until... And he climbed, and he climbed, and he climbed, until at last he came to the end of it and pulled himself up over the blue sky and started down the road again. And before too long, he came to the same great big house, and before it stood the same great big tall woman on the doorstep. "Good morning, Mum," Jack said, as bold as brass. "Could you be so good as to give me something to eat?" "Say there," said the woman. "Aren't you the very lad who came out once before? My husband lost one of his bags of gold on the very day you were here. You'd better be running along now before he kills you dead and scrambles you into his eggs and eats you. Imagine that now. Now, that's odd, Mum," Jack replied. "Bag of gold, eh? I dare say it has a familiar ring to it, but I could never remember anything too well before breakfast. It's just tragical trying to think on an empty stomach, Mum. Just tragical, that's what it is." Well, the big woman was so curious that she took him into the kitchen and gave him something to eat. But this time Jack ate quickly and greedily, for he knew the ogre's entrance might cut his meal short. Sure enough, no sooner had he his last bite than thump, 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 he heard the giant's footsteps, and the big woman hid Jack away in the oven just as before. And everything else happened just as before. In came the ogre, just as before, and just as before he said, "These thighs, those thumb," and dumped the cow onto the floor. And the ogre's wife cooked it. And the ogre ate it up for breakfast. And when he was quite full, he let fly another burp, so horrible it made the first one smell like a petunia in comparison. And Jack thought he might very well scream and give himself away. Then the ogre said, "Wife, bring me that hen, what lays the golden eggs." And so she brought it in and placed it on the table before him, and the ogre said to it, "Lay." The hen shook her feathers and walked in a small circle on the table, and then she sat down, and without the slightest ado, she laid a handsome egg of the purest gold. The ogre's head began to nod, and he fell asleep. And just as before, he began to snore so loudly, the whole house shook. As he saw this, Jack crept out of the oven and stole over to where the golden hen was, and before you could say Jack Robinson, he was off. But this time around, the hen gave out a little cackle of gratitude that woke the ogre, and just as Jack was climbing over the doorstep, he heard the ogre calling, "Oh, wife! Wife, what have you done with my golden hen?" And the wife said, "Why, my dear?" But that was all Jack was able to hear, for he rushed like a madman down the road to the waiting beanstalk and climbed down with all the frenzy of a house on fire. And when he got home, he showed his mother the wonderful hen and placed it on the table and said to it, "Lay." And every time he said this to it, it turned a small circle and then laid a perfect egg, just as simple as you please. Well, Jack was not the sort to be content for very long, and it wasn't a month before he decided to have another try at his luck at the top of the beanstalk. So very, very early one morning, Jack got out of bed, walked to his window, and jumped onto the beanstalk. And he climbed, 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 till at last he came to the top of the beanstalk, when he lifted himself up over the edge of the blue sky and started down the road to the ogre's house. But this time he knew better than to go to the doorstep. So he waited behind a bush until he saw the ogre's wife come out with a pail to get water, and then he crept into the house and hid inside the large copper broiler. He hadn't been there long when he heard thump, a thump, a thump, and just as before, in came the ogre and his wife.
Fee, fi, fo, fum. I smell the blood of an Englishman,
cried the ogre.
I smell him, wife. I smell him.
Oh, do you, my dumpling? Said the ogre's wife. Well, if it's that little rogue that stole your gold and the hen that lays the golden eggs, he's sure to be hiding in the oven. And they both rushed to the oven and threw open the door, but Jack wasn't there at all. And the ogre's wife said, there you go again with your fee-fi-fo-fum. Why, it must be that other boy that I cooked up last night that you're smelling. Of course it is. How forgetful I am. And how careless you are not to know the difference between what's live and what's dead. So the ogre sat down to his horrible breakfast and began eating. But every now and then he'd mutter, well, I could have sworn. And then he'd get up and search the larder and the cupboards and everything. Only he didn't think of searching the copper broiler. And it was a lucky thing as far as Jack was concerned, wasn't it, though? Just after breakfast, the ogre called out,
Wife, wife, bring me my golden harp.
So she brought it and put it on the table before him. Then he said,
Sing.
And the harp sang so beautifully that Jack almost poked his head out from the broiler to see it. But he knew that he must wait until the ogre was asleep. And sure enough, the ogre soon fell asleep and began to snore like thunder. Then Jack lifted up the broiler lid very quietly and got down like a mouse and crept on his hands and knees till he came to the table. And up he crawled, caught hold of the golden harp and made a dash for the front door. But even before he reached the door, the harp called out, Master! Master! The ogre woke up just in time to see Jack running off with his harp. Jack ran as fast as he could, and the ogre came rushing after him. He would easily have caught him, but Jack had a head start and dodged him a bit and knew just where he was going. When he finally got to the beanstalk, the ogre was less than 20 yards away. Then the ogre saw Jack suddenly disappear. When he got to the end of the road, he saw Jack climbing down the beanstalk for his dear life. Well, the ogre didn't think the beanstalk would hold his weight, so for a moment he just stood there and watched, but then the harp cried out again, Master! Master! Without thinking, the ogre swung himself down onto the beanstalk, which shook with his weight. Down, down, down climbed Jack, faster than he'd ever gone before, and after him climbed the ogre. This time, when he was about 100 meters up, Jack saw his mother in the garden chopping wood, and he called out to her, Mother, Mother, come quickly and bring the axe. And his mother came rushing over to the beanstalk and looked up and stood frozen with fright. For the ogre's legs had just appeared through the clouds, and he was descending rather quickly. But Jack soon jumped down and grabbed the axe and started chopping away at the beanstalk with every bit of his strength. Now the ogre felt the beanstalk shaking, so he stopped to see what was the matter, which wasn't the thing to do just then. As Jack gave the beanstalk another splendid chop, and it began to give way. And it was just then that the ogre lost his grip and began to fall from the sky. End over end he fell. Until at last he hit the earth and broke his crown not very far from where Jack and his mother were standing.
and the beanstalk toppled after him. The celebration that followed was quite a large one, and Jack showed his mother the golden harp. After he sold all the golden eggs the hen had laid, Jack and his mother became very rich, and he married a great princess. And they lived very, 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 very happily ever after.
What was he dreaming of? What was he dreaming of? He was dreaming of the magic beams that lay beneath the earth. He was dreaming of a milky white and what she was worth. What was he dreaming of? What was he dreaming of? He was dreaming of a bag of gold and his mother's happy face. If he could only bring it all back home and save himself disgrace. Oh, what was he dreaming of? What was he dreaming of? Wake up. What was he dreaming of?
Kid Star, radio just for kids.
to take my hand from you in my life. Your love has brought me close to all love leads me to an open field of sunshine, whereas a child I'd hide in the fields and be at home just to watch clouds drift by. Let me go, sunshine. I'm tired and now's a good time to close my eyes, my darling love, to see the light. Ooh, little sleepy boy, do you know what time it is? Well, the hour of your bedtime's long been past. And though I know you're fighting, I can tell when you rub your eyes, you're fading fast. Oh, fading fast. Won't you run, come see St. Judy's comet roll across the skies and leave a spray of diamonds in its wake? I long to see St. Judy's comet sparkle in your eyes when you awake. Oh, when you wake awake. Little boy, won't you lay your body down? Little boy, won't you close your weary eyes? Ain't nothing flashing but the fireflies. Well, I sang it once and I sang it twice. I'm gonna sing it 3 times more. Gonna stay till your resistance is overcome. 'Cause if I can't sing my boy to sleep, well, it makes you famous, Daddy. It looks so dumb. It looks so dumb. Won't you run, come see St. Judy's comet roll across the skies and leave a spray of diamonds in its wake? I long to see St. Judy's comet sparkle in your eyes when you awake. Oh, when you wake awake. Little boy, won't you lay your body down? Little boy, won't you close your weary eyes? Ain't nothing flashing but the fireflies. Sleepy boy, do you know what time it is? Well, the hour of your bedtime's long been past. Though I know you're fighting, I can tell when you rub your eyes that you're fading fast. Ooh, fading fast.
Kid Star, radio just for kids.
There was an old man, old man, old man. There was an old man who had grown so old. He walked around limping, limping, limping. He walked walked around limping with his crooked leg. There was a young boy, young boy, young boy. There was a young boy, too naughty for words. He laughed at the old man, old man, old man. He laughed at the old man till he turned into a cat.
Have you ever noticed how very different each one of us is in the way we look, the way we talk, walk, laugh and sing? These differences are the things that make each and every one of us so special. Well, some people don't realize that. Once there was a young boy who lived with his mother and father in a small town. The boy was very, very naughty. Naughtier than anyone you've ever seen. If he saw someone with cross eyes or a very short upper lip, he would laugh at them. He would laugh until the other person got embarrassed or angry or so upset that they burst out crying. One day he saw a girl with only 2 fingers on one hand. The boy laughed so much that he could not even eat his supper that night. His parents told him over and over that it was not right to laugh at other people just because they are different. They told him that everyone is special and beautiful in their own way. Do you think the naughty, naughty boy listened to them? No, he continued laughing at other people. Till one afternoon, he was walking with his mother to the train station when he saw an old man with one short, crooked leg. The old man carried a bag and he was rushing for the train. The boy thought he looked very funny as he tried to run to catch the train. The boy laughed and laughed. He rolled on the platform holding his stomach, pointing at the old man, and he laughed some more. His mother was embarrassed. Other people at the station were shocked. Well, what do you know? Right there, in front of everybody, the boy turned into a cat. Yes, a big, fat, brown and ugly cat with 5 legs. And his eyes were a dirty green. His ears were long, and there were fingers growing at the top of them. He was a horrible-looking cat, and no one wanted anything to do with him. Embarrassed and sad, the big, fat, brown cat with 5 legs ran away. His dirty green eyes filled with tears, and the fingers at the end of his ears were waving goodbye. His mother was very sad. After some months, people say that his heart changed a lot. Eventually, he changed back into his old body and went home to his family. He became very nice to everyone, no matter how different they looked. If he saw a crooked old person carrying big bags trying to catch a bus, he went and offered to help them. When he saw other children fighting, he went and talked them into being friends again. But he was especially nice to funny-looking cats on the roadside.
Baby, 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 running, running, running everywhere. Baby, 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 running, 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 running everywhere. Baby, 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 looking what we do. Baby, 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 watching what you do. Baby, 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 listen what we say. Baby, 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 talking, walking, want to play. Play, growing, you and me to be. Have you thought of what you're making, baby, baby, up to be? Mama, treat you, baby, tenderly. Papa, bounce you, baby, on your knees. Tell you, baby, stories, tell you, baby, games. Teach you, baby, share it, make it love your rain. What we gonna leave our baby when we leave this place? How you gonna help your baby take your place? Cause baby, looking what we do. Baby, watching what you do.
You're listening to KidStar, AM 1220, KDFC, Palo Alto, San Francisco. Radio just for kids. Cool.
Way down in the deep South, along the river they now call the Mississippi, there once lived an assembly of animals who were all the best of friends. Now, this was a good long time ago, so long ago that most folks forget. But some still remember how the animals in Bird Village got along just as kindly as any other critter could. They helped each other out of fixes and fixed each other out of hard times. Things were peaceable and pleasant, generally speaking, that is. But one day, all that changed when Boss Lion, the king of the forest, as he liked to call himself, came along and set himself down in an old cave on the outskirts of Burr Village. Now, as everyone knows, or ought to know, Boss Lion was not a fella to be messing with. He was the meanest, baddest, biggest, smelliest, proudest, fattest cat in the forest. And he was not so nice besides. He had a mouth full of scissor-sharp teeth. He had claws that could cut clear through a cottonwood tree, and a mane of hair which he kept slicked and oiled at all times. And this here Boss Lion, if it isn't clear already, was certainly no vegetarian. As sure as a hog's a pig and vice versa, Boss Lion lived up to his ferocious reputation. He gobbled up paws full of gooselings. He swallowed a six-pack of piglets. He laid about on the outskirts of town, fat and mean, doing not a lick of work, eating up whatever animal came along, and being just generally antisociable in his behavior. After a few days, them bird folks had enough of Boss Lion and held a meeting to see what they could do about him. They gathered in the center of town and argued back and forth this way and that, then that way and this, and a few other ways besides. And finally, they decided that someone would have to go to Boss Lion and explain to him the score. That if he kept up the way he was doing, he would destroy the village and there wouldn't be no more animals left to live there. Things were getting so bad, they decided to make a deal with Boss Lion. If he promised to stay inside of his cave, they would come every day to feed him. Then, Burr Fox stepped forward and cleared his throat. Well, folks, he said, seeing that we got that matter settled, all we got to do now is figure out who's gonna talk to Boss Lion. At that, all them folks fell suddenly silent. After a couple minutes, Bird Pig snorted and spoke up. I wouldn't mind one bit telling that old lion what we decided here, but I got some rooting to do before the rains come. And then Bird Bear came forward. I love to give Boss Lion a piece of my mind, he said. But I'm behind on my berry harvest, and I gotta make fruit cocktail for the cubs. Then everyone started talking all at once. Bird Coon said he had to get his hay in from the field. Bird Goose said he had to take care of his wife while she lay an egg. Bird Gobble had a headache and needed to buy some aspirin. And Bird Frog had to get a haircut and then needed to paint his pad. It looked as if no one was going to talk to Boss Lion. And just as the meeting was about to break up and everyone go off all discouraged and defeated, Bird Rabbit stepped into the center of the circle. I swear by my white whiskers, he said, y'all might be too tenderfooted to tell that mangy-hide lion what we think of him, but I'm not. Now, Bird Rabbit was not a very big fella. In fact, even his hairs go, he was a puny sort of guy, always getting himself into all kinds of unaccountable trouble on account of that big mouth of his. So Bird Gobble shouted out, Bo Rabbit, you can't go to Boss Lion. He's 10 times bigger than you. Yeah, Bird Fox added, chuckling to himself. That lion will eat you up as an appetizer and make a keychain out of your foot. Now listen, folks. Bird Rabbit said, I'm going to tell you now, and y'all listen good. Bird Rabbit ain't afraid of nobody, certainly not some scurvy, breath, greasy-headed, flea-infested, boil-faced Boss Lion. Appetizer, I'm off right now to pulverize his paw, kick him in the jaw, and maybe even mispronounce his name if I feel like it. We'll see who makes a keychain out of who. And with that, Bird Rabbit hitched up his pants and pulled his duck claw cap over one eye. He removed a cigar from his breast pocket, put it in his mouth, and sauntered off to the outskirts of the village, whistling the entire time as if he was heading to the fish hole to hook him a bull-headed catfish. Yet the minute Bird Rabbit turned the corner and was out of view from the rest of the villagers, he stopped whistling and stubbed out his cigar. He fixed his cap straight on his head, and the closer he came to Boss Lion's cave, the more he started sweating and shaking until his legs were wobbling so bad he could hardly walk straight. When he got to Boss Lion's cave, he took his cap off and knocked meekly on the door. Tap, tap, tap. The door flew open and Boss Lion stood in the threshold, breathing straight down Bird Rabbit's neck. Who are you and what do you want? It's me, Bird Rabbit, he stuttered. What do you want? Boss Lion demanded. The folks here had a little meeting. And they asked me to tell you, since you are the big boss, it's not right that you should have to get your own food. They says that if you stay at home all the time, they'd be just plumb honored to bring you all the food you ever wanted. I want fresh meat 3 times a day. Boss Lion growled at Bird Rabbit. His breath was something awful. Whew. And if they don't bring it to me, I'll eat them all up and destroy the village. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Mr. Boss Lion, Bird Rabbit stammered. They will bring you meat 3 times a day, sir, and good eating meat at that, sir. You can count on me, 'cause I'll make sure it personably. With that, Burr Rabbit lit off like a buckshot as fast as his furry feet could take him. But as soon as he drew near the village, he stopped to catch his breath. He fished out his old cigar, cocked his cap back over one eye, and ambled into town just as calmly as if he was on his way back from the fish hole. When they saw him coming, they all ran out to greet him. "Did you see Boss Lion?" they asked. "What did he say? Did he eat you up as an appetizer? Were you scared?" Burr Rabbit silenced them with a wave of his paw. "Lord Almighty. I told you time and again that Burr Rabbit ain't afraid of no fat cat lion. You asked me to tell him your mind, and I did. Them folks was considerably curious and demanded of Burr Rabbit a full accounting of what had happened. Well, he said, I went straight up to that cave, invited myself in, and sat down on the chair across from Boss Lion. And I put it to him directly, saying, look here, Mr. Lion, you're disturbing the peace of our village, not to say eating us all alive. Now, none of us folks like to see another star, so we'll feed you ourselves. So you got to stay in your cave at all times and got to eat whatever we give you. Otherwise, I'll personally kick the living kidneys out of you and lock you up in the hoosgow. Well, that old cat growled and barked a bit, but he saw I meant some serious business and that I weren't scared of him one whit. So he turned it over a piece and then agreed. But one thing, Burr Rabbit added, we got to feed him 3 times a day. At this, a big roar of praise rose up from the crowd, and everyone talked about how brave Burr Rabbit was. But after a minute, the hubbub died down, and a few folks started wondering aloud where the meat would come from and who was going to feed Boss Lion first. Well, wouldn't you know it, they all started yammering and quarreling and pointing and screaming at each other. You first! You first! So Burr Rabbit held up his paw again and suggested they draw straws. Burr Rabbit just happened to have a few straws in his back pocket. So he held them in his fist, and all the folks drew straws. Now it come to pass that Burr Goose picked the short one. And when he saw it, he hemmed and hawed and honked out like, nope, nope, nope. And Burr Rabbit says, yep, 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 and pointed in the direction of Boss Lion's cave on the outskirts of town. So Burr Goose hung his beak low and headed out to Boss Lion's cave, stopping at home first to cook an omelet for Boss Lion. And when he got to Boss Lion's cave, it was just about twilight, which is to say, supper time. And Boss Lion gobbled up Burr Goose and ate the omelet for dessert. The next morning, Burr Rabbit held the straws again. And this time, Burr Pig drew the short one. And when he saw it, he squealed and screamed and oinked out loud, no, no, no. And Burr Rabbit said, yup, 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 and pointed in the direction of Boss Lion's cave on the outskirts of town. So Burr Pig hung his head low and made his way to Boss Lion's cave, stopping first at home to get a milkshake for Boss Lion. And when he got to Boss Lion's cave, it was breakfast time. And Boss Lion ate Burr Pig right up and used the milkshake to shampoo his hair. And so, it went on like this at each feeding time for a couple of days. with bird folks going out to feed Boss Lion and never coming back again. And on the third day, at lunchtime, Bird Fox up and made an announcement. It's my turn now to hold the straws. He peered over at Bird Rabbit, and a thin smile of satisfaction spread across his face. He had been watching Bird Rabbit and realized that as long as Bird Rabbit held the straws, he would send everybody else to feed Boss Lion except himself. So when Bird Fox held the straws that afternoon, sure enough, Bird Rabbit picked the short one. When Bird Rabbit saw his straw, he didn't hem or haw or honk. Instead, he grew pale and pensive and said out loud to no one in particular, "Well, if that ain't the cat's tail itself, I'm pickled bunny in a barrel." And then he hopped up on an old tree trunk, cleared his throat, and addressed his fellow critters. "Critters," he said, "we sure had some good times together. Some laughs, some cries, some close calls. But now, it looks like my time is up, and I suppose I'm aiming to be an appetizer for that old lion. So pray for me, folks, and perhaps soon we'll all meet in that big fish hole in the sky. Goodbye, ladies. Goodbye, gentlemen. And goodbye, Bird Fox." And he hung his head mighty low and walked out of the village into the leafy cool of the afternoon. And all those folks were so moved that tears began rolling down their faces. Now, Bird Rabbit was in no considerable rush to get to Boss Lion's cave, so he decided to make a detour and see his farm for the very last time. He took off through the woods, and when he arrived there, he looked over his carrot patch. "Goodbye, carrot patch," he said, waving to the green shoots of carrots in the ground. He saw a shovel and said goodbye to it. "I'm shoving off myself, Mr. Shovel. Nice to have worked with you." Then he walked to his well to bid it goodbye and take a last drink of sweet water. "Farewell, trusty well," he said, and saw his reflection in the bottom of the well. And when he saw his reflection, he got such a good idea that he yelled out loud, "Yes, sir, you are a fair well, 'cause you always looking out for my welfare." And at that, he scampered off tippity-top like the wind itself to Boss Lion's cave. By the time he got to the cave, it was getting on toward evening. The sun was setting behind the cottonwoods, and the evening swallows were in the air. Lunch had long passed, and Boss Lion was mighty angry at that. "Where is my meat, Rabbit? You are late with my meat." I tried to get here as soon as I could. It's the Lord's truth. You see, I had so much meat for you that I couldn't carry it all by myself, so I stashed it away. And if you'll follow me, I can take you to it. Boss Lion looked as if he were about to pounce on Bird Rabbit and gobble him up right there. So Bird Rabbit had to do some mighty lickety-split, fast-fire talking. Look here, Boss Lion," he pleaded. "I'm just a teeny rabbit. I'd only be an appetizer to a big lion like you. Why wouldn't it be an appetizer? I'd be just a bite of firm bones. You couldn't even put me on a cracker. I'm so small. But if you want a whole lock of meat, a great big pile of fresh, juicy steaks, I promise I'll show you. I promise." Take me to the meat. And it better be enough or I'll eat you right now. And so they took off together through the woods to Brer Rabbit's farm. When they reached Brer Rabbit's well, he opened the door, looked in, and fell backwards as if he was stung by a honeybee. Lord Almighty, he yelled to Boss Lion, there's some big critter in there, and he eating your meat. Boss Lion pushed Brer Rabbit aside and stuck his head in the well. Who are you? He growled down into the deep well, and a few seconds later, his echo came back up. Who are you? Now, old Boss Lion was not used to being talked back to, seeing he was the king of the forest and all. And when he heard the voice boiling back up from the well, he grew awfully angry and roared back down. Who am I? I says, who are you? And once again, the voice came back. Who am I? I says, who are you? Boss Lion was now turning strawberry red with rage, huffing and snorting and growling. And just then, Brer Rabbit poked him in the side. You hear him, says you? He said, that lion down there is eating your meat and making a mockery out of you. You gonna take that from him? Why, curse his pile of fresh meat-stealing soul. I'll whoop that lion down there myself if he has the guts to get up here. Boss Lion looked into the well again and saw a lion staring right back up at him. A mean and ugly lion. And he yelled at it, I'm gonna get you! And it yelled directly back at Boss Lion, I'm going to get you! And this was just about all Boss Lion could handle. Step back, Rabbit. That cat's dead meat. And with that, Boss Lion took a flying leap right into that well. There was a great crash deep inside. Kerplunge! And as soon as Brer Rabbit heard it, he slammed the lid shut and locked it. After a few seconds of silence, he took out his cap, cocked it on his head, and pulled out his old cigar. And he sauntered off into town at a leisurely pace while the last streaks of sunlight was softening over the forest. When he got near the village, all the folks were standing around debating who was going to feed Boss Lion next. And when they saw Brer Rabbit coming down the road in the gloam, they thought for sure he was a ghost and started running to save their souls. But Brer Rabbit stopped him and told them he was no ghost. And as soon as they realized it was so, they asked him all excited, Did Boss Lion eat you up? Ain't who up? Brer Rabbit asked back. Me? No, ain't no confounded lion come near to these naps of mine. Well, what did he say? The folks asked. What did he do? Won't he come eat us all up now? And at that, Brer Rabbit laughed and explained to them what he had done. Well, he changed the story around a little and said that when Boss Lion started getting rough with him, he simply beat the living kidneys out of him, as he had promised he would, and threw him into the well. And though most folks didn't believe him at first, he later showed them the well and the drowned troublemaker at the bottom, so they had to believe him. And for many, many years afterwards, Brer Rabbit was a hero in those parts along the Mississippi River. People told stories about him and sang his praises for acres around. And things were pretty peaceable once more in Burr Village. Except for a few small scrapes here and there, and maybe a minor spat now and then. But as long as anyone can remember, no boss lions ever came by again to bother the folks of Burr Village.
You're listening to Kidstar, radio just for late night kids. I hope you liked that last story. That's what we do here late at night. We tell stories that take you on adventures all over the world, always starting from that very important place, your imagination. We'll have more stories and more night music coming up in just a moment, so get comfortable. And thanks for listening to Kidstar, radio just for late night kids.
Long ago, in the holy city of Benares in India, where tall temples stood reflected in 100 quiet pools, and pilgrims, their feet weary, dusty from the long trek to the holy city by the river, would wander in groups into the shade beneath the great trees in the parks, in a city famous for its parks. In Benares, the merchants built homes like the palaces of kings. The busiest place in all the city was the market. Children laughed and ran beneath the legs of pack mules standing in lines. Women brought out bolts of brightly colored cloth and spread them like the tails of peacocks. On the road, there were great steaming bowls full of rice, chicken, and the smell of the dust mixed with the ganja and the dung and lifted in a great cloud above the city. Out into this crowd stepped a tall man. His name was Patanpali, the most famous of all the merchants in the city. Patanpali, it was said, was brave beyond bravery. It was said he alone would take an army with him as his pack train made its way northward to the Hindu Kush, where it would turn eastward to Cathay in search of silks, and then westward to Arabia in search of spice. Patanpali, who had great warehouses in the city. Well, the man was about to put his foot into the stirrup when up ran a group of his neighbors, all holding goblets of wine, the wine rocking back and forth in the rims of the goblets. His neighbors looked angry, and they said to him, Patan Pali, Patan Pali, Patan Pali, Patan Pali. Yes?
Patan Pali, yes, I will ask him. Yes, of course I will. Patan Pali, we are very curious. Yes,
Yes, we are very curious.
yes, we are very curious. Yes, yes.
Curious about what?
Well, we're very, very curious. We understand that you have no family, yes, and that you have great storehouses full of things, some of which hold our own things. We are very curious. Who do you intend to leave in charge of all your great wealth while you're gone?
Patan Pali looked at his neighbors and gestured down the line of packed mules to a simple herdsman pulling tight the strap of a stirrup, and said,
Jigme, my friend, he will watch all my things.
The merchants looked at him.
Jigme?
Jigme?
Jigme? Jigme is poor. Jigme is a simple herdsman. Jigme? That is impossible. Patan Pali. The well of poverty is deep. Besides, our things are kept in your warehouses. You cannot leave a poor man in charge of all your wealth. By the time you come back, he will be the rich one. Yes, Patan Pali, and you will be the poor one. What do you think of that?
Patan Pali looked at all his angry neighbors and said,
Jigme is my friend. I trust him.
We will not accept this decision, Patan Pali. We think that we should ask someone else in the city. Yes, in the city. Yes. There is a wise man visiting Benares. Everyone is talking about him. The Buddha. They call him Buddha. He sits in the palm grove. He speaks of impossible things. We should ask the Buddha. Ask the Buddha. Yes, the Buddha. Yes, ask the Buddha. Patan Pali, you must come with us. We will ask the Buddha. But Patan Pali, you must come with us.
Very well.
And so across the city, Patan Pali followed his angry neighbors, until at last they came to the palm grove, and there they found, seated amongst his disciples, a great, wide man, with a smile upon his face. The angry merchants walked up to the Buddha.
Buddha, baby Patan Pali intends to leave his great wealth in the care of a simple herdsman.
I trust him, Buddha.
The Buddha turned and gestured them all to sit.
My friends, I will tell you a story. Sit, relax. Long ago, in this very city, the city of Benares, there once lived a great king, and his name was King Brahmadatta. King Brahmadatta was beloved by all the people in Benares. For instead of taxing the people or making war, King Brahmadatta loved to garden. Yes, grow plants. And of all the plants in a city known for its parks and its gardens, his favorite of them all was the blossom tree. How do I describe the blossom tree? Why, even when Benares was but a small village by the river, people said the blossom tree was already an ancient plant. Some people believed that the blossom tree's roots went so deep that they went to the realm of the demons. Others believed that the blossom tree's great boughs touched heaven itself. But King Brahmadatta, he loved the blossom tree because to him it was a poem for life. Every spring, when the little leaves would push themselves from the branches, the blossom tree would thrive and live a full life all during the long summer. But then, when the monsoons came, the blossom tree would lose its leaves and seem to die. But King Brahmadatta knew that the blossom tree, just like a person, was only sleeping in death, and that when the spring came again, so would its life. But for all the time King Brahmadatta spent beneath the boughs of the mighty blossom tree, he never once noticed the little kusha grass, the soft green kusha grass, where the little chameleons, the little lizards go running, who change their color, lived. No, King Brahmadatta only had eyes for the blossom tree. One day, as the king was seated in his great throne room with his wife, the queen, sipping tea, something fell into his tea. "Something has fallen into my tea," he said. It was white. It floated. It fell, another did. He looked up. It was plaster. It was beginning to fall from the ceiling. "Plaster," he said. Suddenly, there was a great rumble in the palace. "The palace is going to collapse," he cried. For making its way across the ceiling was an immense crack, and the crack was widening, and great chunks of plaster were falling all across the great throne room. "Carpenters, builders," he cried, "quickly, go out into the parks, hurry, we must repair the palace." For he had noticed that there in the great wooden pillar which held up the entire palace, there was a deep crack. Out into the parks, the carpenters and the builders ran. They searched from park to park, tree to tree, measuring, trying to find a great tree great enough to replace the pillar. But it was not long before one of the head carpenters returned to the king and fell on his knees before him. King Brahmadatta, it pains me to report there is only one tree great enough to replace the pillar. "Well, what is it? What is it?" asked the king. "It is the blossom tree." The king looked at the builder. "The blossom tree?" he said. "The jewel of Benares? The most beautiful tree in all of India? No, there must be another." "There is no other, king." Poor King Brahmadatta. He did not know what to do. Either he could save the blossom tree and let his palace collapse, but he could not do that. His servants, his family lived there. The people needed to see the king in the palace. Or he could chop down the most beautiful living thing in all of India. It was too much of a decision for the king, so he went that night out into the park, to the blossom tree itself. Its mighty branches rose above him, and he could feel its immense spirit surging from the earth, up its trunk, out its boughs, out its leaves, down into the earth, into its roots again, up its trunk, out its boughs, out its leaves, into the earth. And he prayed to the spirit of the mighty tree for an answer. But the spirit of the blossom tree said nothing. And so King Brahmadatta decided to chop it down. as soon as this idea entered his mind, the breezes blowing past his ears heard it, and they whispered it to the birds. The birds, in horror, flew away, and they whispered it to the trees. And the trees whispered it to the sun, and the sun whispered it to all of the universe, until soon all creation knew that in the morning the beautiful blossom tree was to die. And deep in the park that night, the mighty spirit of the blossom tree herself, who had lived in her home for thousands of years, looked around as the spirits of the other mighty trees, proud, magnificent trees, joined her. And they said, "What will you do? Yes, what will you do? You must leave your body tomorrow morning. What will you do? They're going to chop you down." And the blossom tree spirit said, "I have lived in my body for thousands of years. I do not know how to live in another body. What will I do?" "Well," said the others, "you should try this." No, you do that. No, blossom tree, you must try this to save yourself. No, said another tree. Do this will work, yes. No, you must try that to save yourself. No, do this, do that, do this. But although the proud spirits of the other trees had something to say, in her heart she knew that they could not help her. And so, all alone, in the darkness of the night, the blossom tree spirit wept. Night passed. All alone she waited. When in the darkness, an hour before dawn, from below her there came a tiny voice. "Blossom tree!" "Who is it?" she said. "Blossom tree! It is me, spirit of the kusha grass. Oh, little kusha grass, you cannot help me. Blossom tree, I have an idea." "What is your idea, little kusha grass?" And the great spirit of the blossom tree leaned over and listened to the tiny voice of the kusha grass. And the next morning, two axemen, brothers, made their way through the dark city. For all the people of Benares were dreaming fitful dreams, for they tossed in their beds, unsure what darkness was about to happen. And there were no cries of little birds, for all the birds had wrapped themselves in the leaves so as not to see the terrible deed. And the sun did not wish to rise, but instead hid itself beneath dark clouds at the horizon. For all of nature was mourning the blossom tree. The blades of the axemen swung past their ankles as they entered the park and walked up to the great trunk of the blossom tree. And although they did not want to chop it down, one of the brothers knelt and felt the tree for a place to chop. But he said, Brother, something is wrong here. Feel the tongue here. It is rotten." "No, brother, that is impossible. It was fine yesterday." No. Feel here. Do you feel it is soft? The blossom tree has gone soft here. It was fine yesterday. I know it was fine yesterday, but look, it is rotten here. And over here, too. I feel it. It is soft. And way up here it is, yes. And down here, and all around here. Brother, the blossom tree has gone completely rotten in one night. It is a miracle. It is a miracle. It means it will not work for the pillar. Yes, it will not. We must tell the king. The king, yes, the king. And so swiftly, through the city, the two oxmen ran, and they found King Brahmatata with his face in his hands. And they said, King, the blossom tree has gone rotten in one night. We cannot chop it down. No. This caused the king to begin to think. And swiftly his mind raced, trying to think of something to do, when suddenly an idea flew into his mind. And he said, call the carpenters and builders and send them out into the city to bring back 3 trees, great trees. And we must bind them together with bands of brass to make one strong pillar. Now hurry! And so out into the parks, the builders and the carpenters ran. And they felled 3 mighty trees. And they bound them together with bands of brass. And they replaced the pillar of the palace. And as soon as this was done, out of the leaves stepped the little birds, and they spread their wings. And the sun rose up above the city, awakening all the people. And the people shook the sleep from their brows. And as if a great weight had been lifted, they made their way out to live another day. But back in the park, the spirits of the other trees stared at the blossom tree spirit and asked, how did you do that? What did you do? How did you go rotten in one night? It's impossible to go rotten in one night. How did you do that? What did you do? Even if you are rotten, you must leave your body anyway. How did you do that? And the great spirit of the blossom tree looked at all the others, so proud, so magnificent. And she said, last night, after all of you had told me what to do, but you could not help me at all. The little spirit of the kusha grass. The kusha grass nobody ever notices. Spoke to me. The spirit of the kusha grass is friends with the little chameleons who change their color. The spirit of the kusha grass called the little chameleons, thousands of them, to crawl up upon my bark. Their little bodies are soft. I am not rotten. I am as strong as ever. The spirits of the trees were amazed. And then the blossom tree spirit spoke one last time. Henceforward then, we will not choose our friends or their stature in life, or their magnificence, or their wealth, or their fame. But instead, we must choose our friends for their faithfulness and the depth of their love. And so the Buddha finished his story. And the merchants, one by one, rose and looked about him and wandered off across the city, wondering what it was in life he might have missed. But the merchant Patanpali bowed low to the Buddha and thanked him.
And the wise man in the palm grove winked. Patan Pali turned and made his way across the city to his pack mules. And leaving Jigme, his trusted friend, in charge of all his great wealth, led his pack train out of the city gates, across India, northward through the Hindu Kush, eastward to Cathay in search of silks, and westward to Arabia in search of spice.
This is Kidstar, radio just for kids.
May God bless and keep you always. May your wishes all come true. May you always do for others and let others do for you. May you build a ladder to the stars and fly on every arrow. May you say forever young. Forever young. Forever young. They say forever young. May you grow up to be righteous. May you grow up to be true. May you always know the truth and see the light surrounding you. May you always be courageous. Stand upright and be strong. May you say forever young. Forever young. Forever young. May you say forever young. May your hands always be busy. May your feet always be swift. May you have a strong foundation when the winds of change shift. May your heart always be joyful. May your song always be sung. May you say forever young. Forever young. Forever young.
Radio just for kids.
Deep night sky, the stars
Check it. Plug it in. Turn it on. It's Kidstar KDFC. Palo Alto, San Francisco. East Bay, South Bay. Radio just for kids.
My name is Davy Crockett, and I am a legend of American history. The original ring-tailed roarer of the western woods, I called myself. The yellow blossom of the gum swamp. Woo-hee, I was a beauty. Of course, I was a flesh and blood person, born and lived and loved my wife and babies, and now passed into the celestial vapors from where I speak. Young folks ought to know their history and how a person gets to be a legend. So these here are the naked, green-skinned facts of my life. And a lot of it is the truth, too. I was born when this land was young, on a river called the Nolichucky in a wild part of the Republic called Tennessee, before they even made it a state. How wild was it? Well, it was so full of bears that they set up a bear legislature, and you couldn't chop down a tree without bears a-climbing the stump to give a speech. It was so wild that the only human folks they let in was Crockett's, because a Crockett can grin any wild varmint out of countenance. Now, one autumn in my 9th year of life, game had got scarce around the home place, so we set off a-hunting over Big Sandy Way. Pa had left me in my own charge. Well, wouldn't you know, but down in a slough, I chanced upon a hollow log, and from the inside there come a queer kind of humming, like my ma and sisters sound like at a quarter mile on wash day.
I did peer in the log, and there beheld a wondrous sight. Beautiful honeycombs dripping with golden sweetness. That crispy, cold fall air had lulled the bees into a snooze. I leaned my rifle against the side of the log and squeezed right in. The bees just rolled over in their little bee beds and kept on a-humming whilst I partook of a honey feast. By and by, I felt something a-poking my posterities, like the cold snout of a dog. "Get back now, old thunder," said I, thinking it was Pa's best hound. But all I heard was a low growl. Grrr. And then more poking from behind until my face was most shoved up into that sticky old mess of honeycomb. "By the great horn spoon," I said to myself, understanding all at a sudden that I was between a bear and his noonday meal. Meantime, snug as we all were, it was warming up in that old hollow log. And those bees had about woke from their slumber. "Bzzz," said the bees. Now, in such a fix, I had to ask myself which I preferred, a face full of bees or a face full of bear. And finally, I reckoned that I might find fairer use for my face on the bear end of things, and vice versa, my posteriors at the bee end. So I squoonched about and squoze around until I was a-staring that lumbering varmint snout to snout. "Why, how do you do, stranger?" said I, hoping to establish respectful terms right off. "Ain't it a fine day, though?" "Grrr," said the bear. "Why, you are right about that," said I, "and there is nothing on this universal earth that beats a honey lunch. I can avouch it, for I have just ate me one here in this very log, and there is plenty left. Let others have their blood-soaked viands, their possum innards, their livers and gizzards. Give me sweet, fresh honey every time." "Grrr," said the bear. Well, by now, those bees had warmed themselves to full alertness. And noticing how I'd chawed a pretty portion of their honeycomb, they'd begun to abuse my posteriors with their stingers. It was all I could do not to holler and moan. But I just put on my finest $2 grin and said to the bear, "If you let me crawl out of this here hollow log, kind stranger, you will find a clear path to the fattest honeycombs this side of Sunday." "Bzzz, bzzz," said the bees. "But if you decide to chaw my head off instead, why then my frozen carcass will plug up the log and you'll have to wait until spring to have your treat." Said the bear. Apparently he was studying the matter. All the while, those bees had used my straggling hams for target practice, and it felt like my pants was peppered with bird shot. "Well, make up your gosh darn mind, stranger," I cussed that bear. "Chaw my head off or let me pass." Wouldn't you know, he slid out, and I crawled none too gingerly to the opening, my hindermost quarters nearly aflame with bee stings. "Stand fast now," I told that bear. I guess his civility had found itself at last, for he'd done as I asked, and was all smiles about it, too. But no sooner did I pop my swollen posteriors from that hollow gum log, like a cork from a jug, than the swarm of bees busted out. Angry is not the word to describe their frame of mind. They was out for scalps. And seeing that hulking figure of a bear that had once beset the poor critter like a thunderstorm a-swarming over the peak of Old Baldy, and both bear and bees lit out of the slough like lightning.
I never did see that particular bear again, though I knew many more like him. Well, by and by I growed up and married pretty Polly Finley, and together we had a mess of daughters. But the hunting grew scarcer, and so we removed to the Elk River country further west. They called it the Shakes because the earthquake of 1811 struck hard there. One fine afternoon at the place called Tim's Ford, I come across an old tom possum peacefully sunning himself amidst a glade of prickly ash. I clapped the breech of Brown Betsy directly to my shoulder and would have sent a charge of lead a-whistling his way, but he lifted up a paw and stopped me from firing.
Is your name Crockett?
He asked. Why, burn my britches if I am not Davy Crockett to the very bone, said I.
Then you needn't take no further trouble, for I consider myself as good as shot,
the possum said, and at once he waddled out of the prickly ash, declaring,
Show me your skillet, and I shall jump right in it.
I stooped down to pat the little varmint's noggin. May I be skinned myself before I harm a hair on your head, said I, for I never had such a compliment in all my days. Get along now and live a good, clean possum life. Off he waddled with my blessing. Well, it was long about that same year when General Andy Jackson recruited us to fight the Red Sticks down Alabama way after they burnt down Fort Mims. I went, and Old Hickory, as they called Jackson, made me a colonel. But I seen much that disgusted me in that war, and I never did hold with chasing the tribes from their rightful lands in a cheating way. It put me and General Jackson on a permanent variance. And when I come home from the war, I got into politics. By then, Tennessee had become a state. Human beings come to edge out bears, so my neighbors asked me to run for Congress. I reckoned I had learned enough about stump speaking from the bears to go ahead and electioneer, so I did. But votes was precious scarce in the district, and I had to hunt them up every which where I could. So another time, I was riding a broadhorn down the Mississippi when I come across a fellow floating downstream in the stern of his keelboat, fast asleep with a jug twixt his legs. "Hello, stranger!" I hollered out a warning. "Wake up now, for she runs away on you." He didn't stir a whisker. So as I floated past, I give him a jab with my steering oar. "Whoa," he said, a-coming to life. "Who asked you to scratch my lice?" "You're a-heading straight for snags," I informed him. "Shut up, for your teeth get sunburnt," he said, looking up all squinty-eyed. "I don't value you more'n a chaw plug tobacco." "What?" said I, growing wolfy at his impudence. "Come ashore, then, and I shall give you a severe licking." He run his boat plumb foremost into shore. I followed on the broadhorn. Wouldn't you know that 8 more brawny fellows clumb out of his cabin and sprung to shore. "Who are these?" I asked. "Why, these here are my twin brothers," he said, "and we always fight as one." I had never seen such a mess of twins before, and it made me 8 times as wolfy. So we went straight to the licking. They was right smart varmints, too, but I give them a frightful rough usage in reverse size order until they cried, "Stop!" at each note of the scale. "You are a rip-staver," the oldest twin declared. "If I'd knowed your name, I'd vote for you in the election." "It's Crockett," said I, "and I am standing for Congress in this very district." "Why, then, me and my brothers shall cast as many ballots for you as they will allow," he said, and we all parted fast friends. Well, I was elected and served 3 terms in Washington, but I run head-on into my old adversary, Andy Jackson, who had become president by then.
We butted horns at every turn. On cheap lands for the western squatters. On breaking treaties we signed with the Cherokee. Politics was sad work. Finally, they spent $25 a vote to defeat me in the election. Congress can go to perdition, I roared. I'm a-going to Texas. Now, at the time, Texas was still owned by Mexico. Of course, for years, the Mexican government had invited Americans to settle up Texas so as to tame it for them. They said, here's 1,000 acres each, Senor Yankee Doodle. Come on down and be a part of this here country. And settle they did. It was a garden spot. I had great hopes of making my family's fortune there. By and by, the Americans said, why, there's enough of us here to start a government of our own. We'll call it the Republic of Texas. The Mexicans didn't like that. They fixed to run this rebellion into a gopher hole. That's how I come to be at the Alamo. The Alamo was an old Spanish church down in San Antonio de Bejar that the Mexicans used as a fort. Well, the Texans had come and pitched them out. The Mexicans didn't like that neither, and they sent a whole army to swap it back. The Texans cried out for help. I showed up with 12 Tennessee volunteers. None too soon. There was less than 200 of us in all. General Santa Anna had almost 7,000 troops camped close by on the Medina River. It was long odds. Our commander was the gallant Colonel William Travis. The enemy sent a message asking for his surrender, and he answered with a cannon shot. They kept us buttoned up in that old Alamo for 13 days, a hurling cannon shot at the walls night and day, but we did not lose a man. Before long, we defenders of the Alamo were living on nothing but pure hope. Trying to keep spirits up, I clumb right on top of the ramparts and flapped my arms and crowed like a rooster. Cock-a-doodle-doo, I hollered. I am half alligator, half horse, and half snapping turtle, with a touch of earthquake thrown in. I have got the closest shooting rifle, the ugliest coon dog, the roughest racking horse, and the prettiest wife in the state of Tennessee. I can whip my weight in wildcats, ride a streak of lightning through your crabapple patch, put a rifle ball between the horns of the moon, and outstare all the Frenchmen in New Orleans. I can run faster, squat lower, dive deeper, stay under longer, and come out drier than any man this side of the Big Muddy. A hush fell amongst them Mexicans out in the darkness. I can walk like an ox, run like a fox, howl like a wolf, hug like a bear, bite like a crocodile, swim like an eel, out-scream a panther, fight like a Chickasaw, beat the devil at cards, and don't mind being froze more than a rotten apple. Tired and hungry as they were, the men of the Alamo laughed and slapped their knees. I can grin a hurricane out of countenance, recite the Bible from Genesee to Christmas, blow the wind of liberty through a squash vine, tote a steamboat on my back, frighten the old folks, suck 40 rattlesnake eggs at one sitting, and swallow General Santa Anna whole without choking if you butter his head and pin his ears back. The boys on the ramparts give a yell of delight, but mostly they was less frightened. A good round of brag most always fortifies the heart. I'm an animal made of hard knocks, I kept a-boasting. A horse that was never broke, a man of gumption with bark on. I don't wear a collar around my neck, nor plow no other man's furrow. I'm first rate and a half and a little past common. I'll stand up to the rack, fodder or no fodder. I am the yellow blossom of the gum swamp. And I wish that I may be shot if I do not go ahead to the very last. I shall never surrender or retreat. Hooray for Crockett, the men cried. Hooray for Texas! To be truthful, I had gave that same speech in Congress many a time, but to less effect. It warmed my heart to see them boys buck up. Well, those Mexicans come at us starting before dawn on that 13th day, their trumpets blaring and their cannons a-roaring. Twice we beat 'em back, but finally they swarmed over the walls and put every last defender to the sword. But in the end, of course, Texas prevailed. We lost the battle, but we won the war. And that's how I become a legend. Where I am now, it's always springtime in the Smokies. And I have all day to roam and hunt and run with my dogs and politic with the varmints of the woods. At the end of the day, my pretty Polly is awaiting in the cabin door with supper on the table and the youngsters round her skirts. And I am eternally happy to be who I am, which is Davy Crockett, the original ring-tailed roarer of the western woods, the yellow blossom of the gum swamp.
Welcome to Kid Star Late at Night. Not everybody gets to stay up this late, telling stories, listening to music, having fun. Just a very small group of kids. It's like a secret club. So welcome to the Kid Star Late Night Club. And if you fall asleep during this next story or these next few songs, don't worry. We'll be here when you wake up. Kid Star, radio just for late night kids.
Long ago, in a land of rolling meadows, deep forests, and tranquil lakes, there stood a great castle. Its stone towers rose high into the clouds. Its wooden gates were thick and strong. Brightly colored flags flew from every turret. Our story begins on a beautiful spring day. The castle's drawbridge was wide open, and the people of the town streamed into the broad courtyard within. Inside the castle, a big celebration was getting underway. Knights in golden armor leaped from their horses, magicians performed feats of wonder, and a jester wearing a hat with bells greeted guests at the castle's entrance.
Hello, hello, welcome to the Great Adventures Castle. Well, don't just stand there, come on in. We've been waiting for you. You're just in time for the party and for a big adventure. By the way, I'm the king's jester. That's a sort of official clown. I work for the Gold King, Good King Macduff. They always blow the trumpets whenever I say Good King Macduff. So I try my best never to say Good King Macduff. Oops, I said it again. I've got to stop saying Good King Macduff. Maybe I should just stick to juggling. By my bells, it looks like the whole town is coming to the party. The Gold Knights will all be here. You know, the Gold Knights are close personal friends of mine, and speaking of the Gold Knights, here comes Sir Mount.
A bold knight on a prancing white steed came riding up to the castle gates.
Jester, let these people in. The feast is about to begin.
Hold your horses, Sir Mount. I'm welcoming them as fast as I can.
Well, just be sure they don't miss my speech. I've been practicing it all day. Ahem. My fellow knights, a man's horse is his castle.
Oh, that's very good, Sir Mount. Now, don't you think you'd better be going inside? It wouldn't do for you to be late.
Well said, Jester. Giddy up, Bruno.
You never see Sir Mount off his horse, you know. Of course, if I could ride as well as Sir Mount, well, I'd... Oh, look! Here comes Sir Cyclone.
Indeed, just then Sir Cyclone suddenly appeared. Sir Cyclone always appeared suddenly, for he was the fastest knight in the kingdom. He spun around like a tornado and moved over the ground at an incredible speed.
Quickly, Jester. Have you seen Sir Mount?
Why, yes, Sir Cyclone. He went that way.
Thank you. I must hurry and catch him. Avante, pronto, rapido, alego con brio.
That's Sir Cyclone. He's always in a hurry. Of course, if I could move 100 miles an hour like him, well, I'd... Oh, here comes another of my close personal friends, Sir Elasto.
Sir Elasto was a truly unusual knight. He could stretch himself into any shape he desired, for he seemed to be made of rubber.
Jester, stop jabbering at the castle gate. We must make ready for Good King Macduff.
Sir Elasto, have you noticed that little fanfare each time we mention Good King Macduff?
You mean the trumpets that sound out whenever we say the name Good King Macduff?
Yes, that fanfare, whichever follows the name of Good King Macduff.
No, can't say as I've noticed. But here comes Sir Shield in Hand. Why don't you ask him?
Sir Shield in Hand was famous throughout the land for the two great shields he always carried. The bright metal dazzled everyone.
What ho! Elasto, why are you dawdling out here with the jester? We must hurry in or we shall miss the arrival of King Macduff.
Right you are! We must be there to welcome King Macduff. I say, have you noticed any trumpets playing lately?
Trumpets? No, should I? Can't think why there'd be any trumpets about.
Me neither! I don't know what made me think of it.
Sir Elasto is one to talk, and Sir Shield in Hand, too. Why, if I could stretch like that or carry two heavy shields, well, I'd... Hold on a minute. There's the King's Herald. The King himself must be coming.
Make way for His Majesty, Good King Macduff.
If I were the king, I would get pretty tired of that fanfare. I should mention that to him sometime. Oh, the king and I are just like brothers, you know. Why, we even look alike. Oh, sure. So he's tall and I'm short, and he has a red beard and I have no beard at all, and he wears a crown and I wear this silly hat with bells, and he's a king and I'm a jester, but other than that, I could easily pass for Good King... Oh, no, you don't. I didn't finish saying Good King Macduff. Well, we'd better hurry inside. We don't want to miss anything. Come on in.
In the castle, knights are brave, you say we save a person in distress. In the castle, we shine our suits and buff our boots and really make a mess. So knock on the door, we'll lower the gate, walk right in. The king awaits at the Great Adventures Castle. Don't be late.
Lords and ladies, make way for Good King Macduff.
King Macduff walked down the tower steps, the sun glistening on his perfect golden armor.
Welcome, one and all, to the Great Adventures Castle. Join in the song, for today we celebrate.
In the castle, the tables heaped with things to eat. There's lemonade and flagons in the castle, the moat is deep, and
there was a huge explosion of smoke, and an old man wearing a tall, pointed hat appeared before the king. In his hands was a small, white rabbit.
I am McWiz, the greatest wizard of the age. Now, before your very eyes, I shall turn this cute, cuddly little bunny rabbit into a fierce dragon.
No dragons, wizard. We want to celebrate today, not battle a dreaded foe.
But your majesty, just one little dragon, maybe a cute baby dragon. Please, pretty please.
No dragons. Now, get on with the song, please.
So knock on the door. We'll lower the gate. Walk right in. Don't hesitate. At the Great Adventures Castle, don't be late. Let's celebrate. Lords and ladies, presenting those who keep our kingdom from harm, the Golden Knights.
One by one, the Gold Knights strode to the center of the Great Hall and accepted the applause of the people they protected.
Sir Mount, Sir Cyclone, Sir Shield in Hand, Sir Elasto, and the great Sir Lift-a-Lot. Sir Lift-a-Lot.
Oh, Sir Lift-a-Lot is the strongest knight in the kingdom. I'm sure he's just fine. Why don't we all just finish the song?
In the castle, the cannons roar and boulders soar and black knights run away. And everyone has lots of fun, so won't you come and stay? In the castle, we're having so much fun.
Gee, that sounded kind of like a dragon. But there couldn't be any dragons so near the castle.
It's a dragon!
But where is our friend, Sir Lift-a-Lot?
Yes! Where there's a dragon, there is trouble for Gold Knights. Sir Lift-a-Lot is the mightiest knight of all. He's not troubled by a puny dragon.
He's in trouble.
I'm sure there's a perfectly good explanation for that cry of help!
We must find out what has happened to Sir Lift-a-Lot. I will send my speediest knight, Sir Cyclone. And you, Jester, since you are so certain Sir Lift-a-Lot is in no danger, go with him and report back to me.
Me, sire?
Him, sire?
The jester? But he's not a knight.
He's a clown in a silly hat with bells.
Oh, posh. What does a mere jester know about fighting battles?
Yes. Leave the battles to us, your majesty.
We're the heroes here.
Gold Knights, roar!
No jesters, no jesters!
I have made up my mind. The Jester will go.
Well, you're the king. Come along then, Jester.
And with that, Sir Cyclone, twirling like a twister, picked up the Jester and rushed out of the castle.
Ooh, I'm getting dizzy!
Outside the castle was a dark and forbidding forest. The trees grew so closely together, even Sir Cyclone had to slow down to make his way through.
Ooh, now that's what I call going for a spin.
Could you stop those bells from jingling, Jester? If we have any enemies out here in these woods, they'll hear you coming for miles.
Well, this wasn't my idea. They should have sent a brave Gold Knight like Sir Shield in Hand. No one would hear him coming.
Sir Cyclone and the Jester pushed on through the woods until they spotted the camp of their arch-enemies, King Smudge and his naughty knights. These naughty knights had once been great knights, but they had fallen into evil ways. Now they took their pleasure by playing in the mud, tripping innocent bystanders, never cleaning their rooms, and other such horrible deeds. Staying out of sight, Sir Cyclone and the Jester carefully made their way to a hiding place on a hill overlooking the camp.
Look, Sir Cyclone. The naughty knights have captured Sir Lift-a-Lot and chained him up.
Alas, it was true. Sir Lift-a-Lot, the strongest knight in the kingdom, was wrapped from head to foot in thick metal chains with heavy locks. The naughty knights watched as he tried in vain to escape, his mighty muscles rippling and bulging.
Well, you know he works out.
But it was useless, for the chains and locks that bound Sir Lift-a-Lot were magical. King Smudge, looking every inch the villain in his sleek red and black armor, stood in front of his prisoner, took a deep breath, and laughed.
Good laugh, sire.
Excellent laugh. Top notch.
That was a pretty good evil laugh, wasn't it? I've been practicing, you know.
You had us shaking. Didn't he have us shaking, boys?
Scared the daylights out of me.
I'm terrified, all right.
How about you, Sir Lift-a-Lot? Aren't you afraid now that I, King Smudge, and my naughty knights have captured you?
I, the strongest, mightiest, most revered of the Gold Knights? I, the legendary Sir Lift-a-Lot? I... Could you repeat the question?
Can't remember.
Hasn't got a lot of stairs.
Dear Bob, if you ask me.
Oh, forget your old question. I did. But you just wait. When I get out of these chains, Well, I can't remember what I'll do, but when I do remember, I'll do it. And I promise when I remember to do whatever it is I'm going to do, you won't like it one bit.
Oh.
Come on. Go on, Sir Lift-a-Lot. Try your hardest to escape. There's a magic chain, sir. Can't get out no matter how hard he tries. How was that one?
Scary, Your Majesty.
Yes, scary. That's me. Oh, why, I even scare myself.
Every time you look in the mirror.
Very funny, Sir Lift-a-Lot, but not as funny as watching you walk right into my trap. I sent the dragon to lure you out of the castle. I knew that you would try to capture him single-handedly. You're always trying to prove you can do things all by yourself.
What school of knighthood did he graduate from?
Amateur.
I would have caught your ugly old dragon if all of you hadn't surrounded me.
Our teamwork is a beautiful thing. And now, you are my prisoner.
Hidden on the hilltop above, Sir Cyclone's face was grim.
It's true. Sir Lift-a-Lot is always getting into trouble because he won't wait for his fellow Gold Knights to join him. His Majesty is forever telling Sir Lift-a-Lot that being a good knight means working together. He never listens.
Or remembers. Suddenly, the sky above them darkened. The air was filled with the whoosh of giant wings. An enormous green dragon circled high above, then slowly descended toward the camp. Sir Cyclone and the Jester dropped beneath a bush to hide.
It's the old dragon.
And if he sees us, we're in ye old big trouble. Get down.
The huge, scaly lizard shook the earth as he landed. King Smudge strode forward to welcome Bernie, his faithful dragon.
Bernie! Nice landing. You look good, Bernie. Doesn't he look good, man?
Oh, yes. Never looked better.
Nice shine on the scales.
Very nice. Sir Lift-a-Lot, tell Bernie how good he looks.
Frankly, he looks a little tired. In fact, he's positively dragon. Get it? Dragon who's dragon?
Bernie lowered his pointed green face to eye Sir Lift-a-Lot up close.
Is he making fun of me? Sounds like he's making fun of me. That's not nice. Now, Bernie, don't get angry. Last time you got angry, you burned down the whole camp.
The dragon lifted his head and sent forth a long stream of smoke.
He hurt my feelings. No, don't cry, Bernie. You'll put your fire out. I know what will cheer you up. A little revenge. It always does wonders for me. Now, pay attention, Bernie. You're going to like this. Sir Lift-a-Lot, stand on your head.
Suddenly, Sir Lift-a-Lot, chains and all, flipped mightily onto his head and balanced there, his legs waving in the air.
Ooh! How did you make him do that? He is bound with magic chains. As long as Sir Lift-a-Lot is trapped in them, he must do everything I say. Oh, goody. You ain't seen nothing yet. Sir Lift-a-Lot, go to that tree. No, get on your feet first. Now, Sir Lift-a-Lot, pull that tree out of the ground.
Sir Lift-a-Lot obediently lifted a 100-foot-tall tree out of the ground, roots and all. It was a bit heavy, even for him. The tree landed squarely on King Smudge's tent.
That was my best tent, too. Oh, well, easy come, easy go. Okay, Sir Lift-A-Lot, stand on your left foot.
And Sir Lift-A-Lot stood on his left foot.
Hop up and down 3 times, then stop.
And Sir Lift-A-Lot did just as he was ordered.
So, what do you think, Bernie? How about it, men? Isn't this great? The world's mightiest knight will do anything I say.
Excuse me, son. Will he do windows? Wash clothes? You know, will he do chores? Because we hate doing chores.
Yeah, we'd rather not do that.
Ask him to me.
He'll do anything we tell him.
Watching from their hiding place, Sir Cyclone and the Jester knew they had heard enough.
He must be stopped.
You're telling me that laugh of his is giving me a terrible headache.
We must return to the castle immediately. Come, Jester.
Here we go again!
The Cyclone and the Jester hurried back to the castle, where good King Macduff listened to their report with concern.
Knights, we need a plan. It must be a brilliant plan that contains the elements of surprise and bravery. Yes, it must include bravery and surprise. And a little swordplay. Yes, that's very good. Bravery, surprise, and swordplay, and something else. What was the other thing? Oh, yes, teamwork. The most important thing is teamwork. Bravery, surprise, swordplay, and above all, teamwork. Does anyone here have such a plan?
Well, I say we storm the camp, rain down suddenly from the trees, and...
No, that won't work. Stretch their forces to the limit. Surround them on all sides.
No, no. We ride in on horseback. Bruno will back me up on this.
I know. We'll all appear in a puff of smoke in the middle of their camp.
Let me do it. I can handle it all by myself. Stop talking, all of you. You're forgetting about teamwork. The only way we'll be able to rescue Sir Lift-A-Lot from King Smudge and his naughty knights is by working together. Now, are you with me?
Yes, all the way, sire. Count on us.
Good. Now, here's the plan. We will rush into the enemy camp, surprise them, engage them in swordplay, then force them to retreat toward the lake beyond the forest. Sir Cyclone.
Here.
You will blow down any trees that get in our way. Sir Mount.
Here.
You will follow Sir Cyclone, riding on the path he blows clear for you. Sir Shield in Hand. Sir Shield in Hand. Sir Shield in Hand?
Here.
You're tardy, Sir Shield in Hand. What's your excuse?
The dog ate my homework.
You don't have a dog.
Oh, yes. I'd need a dog, wouldn't I?
Sir Shield in Hand. You will confuse the enemy with the sunlight reflecting from your shields. Do you think you can manage that?
Righto, Your Majesty.
McWhiz?
Yes, sire?
You will create tremendous fireworks to distract their attention.
Oh, I love doing fireworks. Now, would you like some nice magenta pinwheels or a big blue flag? Or how about a spectacular bowl of spaghetti sort of thing?
McWhiz, I don't care what you create with the fireworks as long as they make a lot of noise. Now then, Sir Elaster.
Your Majesty?
You will stretch around their camp until you have the enemy completely surrounded.
Understood, sire.
Do you all know the plan?
Yes.
Good. Working as a team, I know we can beat the naughty knights. Now, let us prepare for battle.
Your Majesty?
Yes, Jester, what is it?
I was just curious what my part of the plan was.
You? Can you run like Sir Cyclone?
No.
Stretch like Sir Elasto?
Not really.
Do magic?
I know a few tricks. Take this chain.
The Jester handed the king a strong metal chain and a big, heavy lock.
Now, wrap it around my hands. Go on, nice and snug. Now, lock this lock onto the chain so it will be completely impossible for me to escape. Now, everyone, close your eyes and count to 3.
1, 2, 3.
And poof! I am free! Well, almost free.
Squirm and twist with all his might, the Jester was unable to escape from the chains.
Why don't you just stay behind, Jester? Or we may have to rescue Sir Lift-A-Lot and you. The dragon! Hurry, gold knights! We must rescue Sir Lift-A-Lot!
Come on! Hurry up! Where's my horse? Where's my shields?
The jester watched helplessly as the gold knights rushed off to rescue Sir Lift-a-Lot. Then he went to see the castle locksmith, who had a big ring with a great many keys on it. The locksmith tried several different keys until he found one that opened the lock on the jester's chains. As soon as he was free, the jester ran out of the castle and headed for King Smudge's camp. Deep in the forest, the king and his gold knights marched steadily onward. Finally, they reached the hill overlooking King Smudge's camp, where they stopped for a moment to catch their breath and plan their attack.
It looks quiet down there. Too quiet if you ask me, Your Majesty.
I agree, Sir Cyclone. The naughty knights appear to be just standing around. Well, we certainly have the element of surprise. Let's swoop down on them, men!
With that, the gold knights charged down the hill and into battle. Sir Mount and Bruno led the charge. Charge! Sir Cyclone whooshed through the camp, scattering tents and tent poles everywhere. McWhiz created massive fireworks in the sky. The shield in hand, the sun reflecting off his shields in dazzling rainbow colors, ran wildly here and there. While Sir Elasto stretched around the perimeter, surrounding the entire area. Fearlessly, the gold knights poured over the camp, but the naughty knights remained silent and still in their armor, their visors shut, shields at their sides. The shield in hand strode up to a fierce-looking knight and pushed him hard in the chest.
Take that, you naughty knight. Oh, look at that. He fell right over. Wait a minute. Something's amiss here.
The suit of armor was completely empty. In fact, all the suits of armor were empty. Not one naughty knight was in the camp. The gold knights pushed past the empty tents and marched bravely on. On to the farthest edge of the forest and beyond. They marched until they reached the shores of a lake where...
Oh, my, it can't be!
It's horrible!
Horrible!
Yes, King Smudge and his naughty knights were all in the lake, splashing and diving and swimming about in their undershorts and long johns. Knights have to wear something under all that armor, you know. Even Bernie, the fierce dragon, was doing belly flops, tossing up huge waves.
Marco!
Polo!
Marco! Polo!
For those of you who aren't sure, Marco Polo was not only a famous Italian explorer who first brought spaghetti to Europe, but his name is used in an amusing little water game where one person is it and everyone else...
Get on with the story, man. It's freezing in here.
Right. Well, cold as he was, King Smudge was not about to get out of the water. He was sure that no one would ever fear him once they saw the cute little red hearts on his undershorts. Suddenly, he had an idea. He would scare them away with his evil laugh. But the Gold Knights didn't budge.
Not scared, huh?
Nope, afraid not. Nope, not a bit. Nope.
Not scared.
No.
Then King Smudge had another idea.
I'll stick my foul-breathing dragon on you. What do you say to that?
Sounds a bit dangerous.
I could be worried.
Now, Bernie, chase away King Macduff and his foolish knights with your all-powerful breath of fire!
The Gold Knights raised their shields up, knowing that Bernie, the ferocious dragon, was about to let loose with a huge blast of fire.
Bernie! What was that tiny puff of smoke? What's wrong?
Sorry, boss. I guess I got sort of wet playing Marco Polo with all you swell fellows, and my pilot light went out. If you like, I could call them mean names.
Oh, never mind.
Then King Smudge had his biggest, baddest idea of all. Sir Lift-a-Lot was still bound in the magic chains and had to follow King Smudge's orders.
Sir Lift-a-Lot, the mightiest knight in the kingdom, Sir Lift-a-Lot, come on down!
The strongest knight in the kingdom stepped out from behind a tree at the edge of the lake.
Look, it's Lifty!
Good to see you.
All right.
Good to see you.
Hiya, fellas.
Looking very
I think King Smudge is going to order me to do battle with you. And as long as I'm locked up in these magic chains, I'll have to do it. I'm really sorry. I'm so strong and everything.
Yeah, he's pretty strong.
I don't know if we can take him.
Maybe we ought to surrender.
Maybe we do.
Just then, they heard a familiar sound. The jester arrived, bells a-jingling, and rushed straight over to Sir Lift-a-Lot.
Why, look,
It's our own brave, strong Sir Lift-a-Lot. I'm so glad to see they haven't harmed you. Have those naughty knights treated you well? No, it's no use trying to hide it, I can tell. You missed your breakfast and a couple of workouts. King Smudge, you and your men should be ashamed. Why, I've half a mind to...
Silence!
Well, guess I'll be getting along now. I certainly wouldn't want to interrupt the proceedings.
Now, where was I before I was distracted by all that darn jingling? Oh, yes, Sir Lift-a-Lot. I order you to do battle with my enemies, the Gold Knights, and drive them from the land.
But King Smudge was in for a big surprise, for Sir Lift-a-Lot did not budge an inch. And as he stood there, the magic chains fell into a heap on the ground. Then the brave Lift-a-Lot turned to his friends.
Gold Knights, I thank you for coming to my rescue.
Oh, it was nothing really.
Just doing our job.
Yes, actually. But I owe a special debt of thanks to the Jester, who freed me from the magical chain.
What? The Jester? He did?
Jester.
Can't believe it. Oh, it was nothing. You should really thank my friend, the locksmith. He lent me this ring of keys. All I had to do was figure out which one fit the lock on Sir Lift-a-Lot's chains. Everybody thought the jingling of the keys was the bells on my hat.
I say, Jester, well done.
Oh, thank you, Your Majesty.
You certainly turned out to be a valuable member of the team. Wouldn't you agree, Knights? Oh, I don't know.
He's not a knight, really, a Jester.
But he did save Lifty.
Yeah, we all did.
Well, he was part of the team.
Let's hear it for the Jester!
I hope you will all remember that teamwork is the